Please be seated. I do apologize, Madam Secretary General, for having a little bit of delay. We were waiting for the results of the judges, but it is taking a little bit more time compiling them. So I will have these results after the session we have with you, Marija. The sitting is open. Can I remind members that this is a legal requirement for everyone here to wear a mask, also over the nose, because I always see a lot of people wearing it, but not over their nose. So I'm not supposed to give any orders to the Committee of Ministers, but I again see Ivan, it has to be over your nose. Voila. See, this is one of the only times that we are able to say something to the Russians, they comply immediately, Ivan. Thank you for that. That was a joke, that was a joke. Let's be careful here. Well, the first item on our agenda is questions to our Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Marija, thank you very much for being with us. I remind the Assembly that questions must be limited to 1 minute. Colleagues should be asking single questions and not making statements. And so without any due delay, because we know each other already so long, I don't have to give a big introduction. Please, Madam Secretary General, dear Marija, you have the floor. Yeah.
She's replying to questions.
Any questions? Since we are starting immediately with the questions, I have the first on my list. We'll take them. Do we take them 5 at a time? Yes. 5 at a time, 1 minute. So we start with the political groups. The first on my list is Céline Szijjarto. Céline, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Secretary General, on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Greens Group, I welcome you. Clearly, we are going through times where the core values of our very organization are challenged. And as a Secretary General, what are the concrete steps of action you plan for the organization to take in the next 1 year to strengthen the role of the Council of Europe in upholding democracy, human rights, and rule of law? And maybe if you could give concrete steps for the plan in enhancing the effectiveness of our conventions and ensuring the implementation of them. Finally, within this context and the same framework, would there be any progress on possibly organizing a Council of Europe summit at the head of government and state level? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will take 5 immediately, if you agree.
Well, there are already 3.
Okay. Well, you have the floor.
Allow.
No problem. You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will try to be brief, but the questions are rather comprehensive. So let me start with enhancing the implementation of the European Convention and effectiveness of the system. You certainly know that Council of Europe has been working on enhancing the effectiveness of the European Convention system for last more than 10 years. Committee of Ministers somehow summed up and ended the big reform, which was called the Interlaken process, saying that no major reform of mechanism of European Convention is needed. However, what is now needed, there are a few things. One is implementation. And implementation on the national level. So let me start by and implementation of the court judgments, because if we want to have a credible system, then we need to start with the court judgments, which are abiding by all of our member states. They all acceded to European Convention while acceding to the Council of Europe. So this is not negotiable, and this is not a plea. This is just an obligation that is followed by the Council of Ministers for execution. So for credibility, this is the most important part. For effectiveness, the second part is implementation at the national level, and probably this is what is important for now and for future action of the Council of Europe. You might know that Protocol 15, that was one of the major results of the Interlaken process, was ratified by all member states this year, and it entered into force in August. list. And the major feature of the Protocol 15 to the Convention is the subsidiarity, meaning implementation of the Convention at the national level. Because if we succeed with that, then lesser applications to the court might be, and the court itself will be released of some of the pressures that we have been seen in number of years, because the implementation at the national level sometimes was lacking. So this implementation at the national level is certainly the role for the whole system that is supporting system of the Council of Europe to the Convention system. And in that vein, the European Court for Human Rights and the Secretariat are thinking of bringing more in the future for this subsidiarity, assisting national judges who are actually natural judges for the Convention to do their job better and easier at the national level, in the way of putting the court's case law knowledge at their disposal, and if possible over time in national languages. So that would ease greatly the work of national judges, and certainly that would mean better implementation on the national level. And I would say that second, what is important and what is also happening now, but in the future I think we will be seeing more of that, is the dialogue with national courts, between the European Court of Human Rights and national courts, and in that interaction certainly will help this implementation. For what are the next steps, I developed my strategic framework upon the request of the Committee of Ministers, strategic framework for the Council of Europe for next 4 years. There were decisions taken at the last Hamburg Ministerial, also taking note and taking some decisions in relation to what are the core priorities for the Council of Europe. And this very chamber, also the Parliamentary Assembly, debated that prior to the decisions taken by the Committee of Ministers. So I think now the whole Council of Europe system is behind these priorities, and they are clear, and they are also clear. I put some deliverables that might be good to achieve, and that leads me to your third question, which is what about the summit? I know that that Parliamentary Assembly has had a resolution some years ago calling for a new summit, and let me remind you that calling the new summit first would require the unanimity of all 47 member states, and there would be a great reason for that. And this is one of the deliverables that I would like to see in the next 1 or 2 years to come, which is acceding European Union to the European Convention on Human Rights, because this is the major piece of human rights architecture that was devised on the European continent. And I think without European Union acceding to this convention, we might risk in the future seeing the two systems diverging. And I think having in mind that all 27 members of the European Union are also members of the Council of Europe, that would certainly not be the most welcoming thing. And hoping this time negotiations will be concluded in a positive and conclusive way. I just would like to mention that the negotiations started. There were 4 informal and 1 formal round. COVID didn't help for negotiations, as you may imagine, but let's hope that next meetings, which first come in October and second in December, will bring more light into that. And I'm sure that at a certain point in time, some political push from both sides, Council of Europe and also from the European Union, will be needed. But this is what I see as the most probable future, if achieved, reason to call for the Council. But of course, it's prerogative of the Committee of Ministers and all 47 to agree on that.
Thank you. We now move to the Ingrid Skau for EPP. Ingrid, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. And I think it's necessary to underline that it's only on one question, but I try. The pandemic has been a challenge for us all. We are slowly emerging from the crisis and Europe will return to normal, maybe a new normal. As the pandemic struck, we saw that several member states derogating from the convention, citizens' rights being restricted. What will be your priorities to ensure that the new normal is not a step back when it comes to democracy, human rights and the rule of law? And what are the major tools in the Council of Europe toolbox in this regard, and what would be your main message? And that's the real question. What would be your main message to our national parliaments on how to safeguard these crucial values? Thank you.
Madam Secretary General.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I clearly set, starting with the risks, I clearly set what I see as the risk in the document of annual report called A Democratic Renewal for Europe, because as you may recall, my major diagnosis was that democracy is in declining in Europe. So certainly some democratic renewal is there. This is quite a heavy document, but I think all what needs to be said about it is there. And let me say that also Ministerial in Hamburg has debated over this annual report because it states where we are in Europe with democracy, rule of law, and human rights. So it identifies shortcomings, but also it gives the avenue how to resolve them. And if I really make it very in one sentence, then the ways to resolve it are implementing Council of Europe standards. So that, and there are many of Council of Europe advisory and monitoring bodies that have given a number of recommendations and conclusions to our member states. So this is my plea for the member states who have this to deal with them. And I think with that in view, we will certainly alleviate the risks and come to a better situation. And let me just mention, since you mentioned also that the number of countries have asked for derogation of Article 15 from the Convention. Finally, there were not so many that formally asked for that, but at the same time, that means that Convention was applying throughout the pandemic time, and if there is any doubt that at any place it was overridden by the member states, then always can be appealed to the court and ask how taking the proportionality and checks and balances, what is the real situation with that. Now, what are priorities and tools? I think the deliverables and my strategic framework are very clear on that, and also the decisions of the Hamburg Ministerial would very clearly point the way how we see that. And the message to the national parliaments is certainly to do their work in accordance with the European Convention on Human Rights, which means assess the impact of legislative work when it's done. And this stems from the Committee of Ministers' recommendation from 2004, and certainly doing that job in an appropriate manner at the national level would for the national governments and for citizens of our member states mean that there would be ECHR standards applied throughout Europe. And again, if there is any doubt that it is not so, there is always a possibility to apply to the European Court on Human Rights.
Thank you. We now move to Lesia Vasilenko for ALDE. Lesia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, first, I kindly thank you for your participation in the Crimean platform in Kiev in August this year. Your support for the dialogue around ending human rights atrocities resulting from Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea is immeasurable, as is your support for all dialogue platforms in Europe. At the same time, I would like to ask you how we here at the PACE may improve and diversify dialogue instruments so that the dialogue at this assembly is not reduced to merely a formal exchange of opinions, but that it leads instead to actual mediation of cases where countries stray from their commitments on their ever so challenging democratic journey. Perhaps you have already identified mechanisms that need reforming in the strategy that you have mentioned. Or if so, you could maybe share what they are. And if not, perhaps you could agree that the matter merits a wider discussion, maybe in the form of a report or of a separate strategy, or maybe of a special working group being set up here in this assembly. Thank you.
Madam Secretary General.
Thank you very much. Let me first start with saying that there are a number of international organizations dealing with different things. In the Council of Europe, we are dealing with what is called democratic security, which makes the 223 different treaties and conventions that are applied across 47. And when dealing with situations like you mentioned Crimea platform, I would like to recall that Committee of Ministers decision from May this year gave me a task to make a report on human rights in the occupied Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. So this is one way how Council of Europe can and should approach the issues of areas that are temporarily occupied or are under occupation or are in after the conflict. So we are not security organization. This is dealt by some other organizations. Now, when it comes to the areas of unresolved conflict, which they are always, and they still continue to be, and they will be on the agenda of the Council of Europe, very highly positioned, because every individual across our 47 member states, no matter where they live, should be protected by the European Convention on Human Rights. So CEO is always asking unhindered access of our monitoring and other bodies to these areas. We all know that it is not always possible, but as the Secretary General, I would always ask for this access, because only acceding to these places we can be sure that assessment of our monitoring and advisory bodies will be the proper one, and that their reports could be taken completely with complete picture, including the one on the spot. So this is the way how I see that we continue insisting on having access of all our bodies to the areas of conflict, and also to implement confidence building measures, which we have been doing in a number of our countries where is needed. But this always is the case that we need to have the country which is involved, or countries that are involved, their positive opinion on that. For instance, we are recently have started talks with Armenia, Azerbaijan, to have also CBMs among these two countries, but only if both agree we will continue to have that. But CBMs are certainly one of the tools to make, as the name it says, confidence-building measures among those who otherwise probably would not be in possibility to talk to each other, and through that arrive at the situation where they can speak about different issues. But CBMs normally deal with non-political issues, such as empowering women, intermunicipal cooperation, and other that may help bringing people together to work on that.
Thank you. We are at 4 o'clock, but since we started 15 minutes late, we will continue, if that is possible for you, Madam Secretary General, to take the 15 minutes. Thank you. We then move to Lord Dundee. Lord Dundee, you have the floor.
Secretary General, firstly on migration and refugees, your special representative, Mr. Stefanik, has already done some excellent groundwork. However, financial constraints prevent him from helping in more than just a very few areas within Council of Europe host countries. Therefore, would you support increasing budgetary resources for his work, for example, through voluntary contributions? Secondly, do you agree that expanding his mandate would be consistent with last May's new action plan for addressing vulnerable refugees and migrants? Thirdly, on a slightly different aspect, what can the Secretary-General and the Council of Europe do to assist Belarus's neighbouring countries to withstand the current usage of migrants by Belarus as a political expedient?
Madam Secretary-General.
Well, I must say that one of the crises that we follow very closely is the one which is very dire humanitarian situation at the Belarusian borders with 3 of our member states. And certainly you heard some of the bodies of the Council of Europe, including Commissioner for Human Rights, asking to abide by the European Convention on Human Rights. And let me say here that, you know, for humanitarian issues, for migratory issues, there are a number of international organizations that are active. What I see as the role of special representative of the Secretary General for Migration is to assist member states to apply European Convention and other related Council of Europe standards and international standards when it comes to dealing with this very difficult situation, because some may say that all migrants are vulnerable because of vulnerability coming from this very difficult situation. So also some other bodies like European Court have been active if we come to this border and the issue of migrants sometimes found in a really very unviable situation. And you know that court has issued the interim resolution for Poland, for Lithuania and Latvia. Latvia has complied with that. So different bodies within our system are dealing with migration and the issue, but always through the lens of applying especially European Convention on Human Rights, but human rights issue to the migrants. Now for action plan, yes, it has been recently adopted by the Committee of Ministers, and budgetary means always include also for such action plans voluntary contributions. So of course voluntary contributions from our member states are very much welcome to support the action plan. And when it was discussed in the different working groups of the Committee of Ministers, actually I think it was also looked through that lens, how it can be supported, how much the member state can be involved. So all depend on how much we will invest into the action plan. Certainly it devises a number of paths to be taken to assist the work of the special representative, but budgetary means will actually direct what he or she can do. Finally, for revising the mandate has been updated in 2020. So for this moment, I don't see within the situation we have and also budgetary constraints that we can do at this moment more than that. So I think implementing the action plan and working together with other international organizations, with other agencies like FRA or Frontex, and assisting them with implementing a human rights dimension would be an important part, and actually what Council of Europe can bring to make the life of migrants and asylum seekers easier.
Thank you. We will take one more question by André Hunko, because we have a minister in waiting, as they say. So André, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, Frau Generalsekretärin. Shall I switch to? No, okay. Wir haben heute Morgen hier sehr intensiv über die soziale Ungleichheit diskutiert, ein sehr dringliches Thema, und auch eine Resolution vorbereitet und eine Recommendation. in der auch auf Ihre Reformvorschläge zur Implementierung verwiesen wird. Könnten Sie was über diese Reformvorschläge der Sozialcharta sagen und wie die Reaktion der Mitgliedstaaten darauf war, ob da genug politischer Wille da ist und auch was die Europäische Union angeht?
Madam Secretary General.
Thank you very much for mentioning social charter. I have been talking a lot about European Convention on Human Rights, but the European Social Charter is certainly the second very important, the most important document we have, and makes, together with ECHR, this comprehensive and robust framework for human rights. And you are right, recently, not only, but also because of the COVID, it has shown that, for instance, right to health, which is the right that is enshrined in the Charter, is a very important one. So what we saw is certainly that we need to review the role of the Council of Europe and approach to economic and social rights in general. European Social Charter celebrates this year's 60th anniversary, so this is probably a good occasion also to reflect more in the way how we can better prepare ourselves for this very important work. I can tell you that what I've done was a proposal to Committee of Ministers in April this year, based on the expert work that I have asked. And actually, out of that, there were 3 strands that are important for our member states in order to tackle this. First is political will to do so. Second is certainly to change and simplify the procedures. And the third one, and this is the task now in the hands of the Committee of Ministers, is to reflect on more substantial changes in substance and in the procedure. So these are the 3 main elements that I put into that paper. Now it's in talks within member states. Of course, I cannot talk about what was discussed because this is the Committee of Ministers are closed meetings. But I can tell you that some moves that some important member states, including your own one, Germany and Spain, have done this year is to accede to the ratify a revised charter on social rights. I think testimonies on the interest of the member states for doing so, for respecting and answering better to the needs of this moment when it comes to the social and economic rights. And this is certainly a lot to be discussed in the future. So this is, in a nutshell, where we are now with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. That concludes our Q&A. I do apologize that we had to start a bit late, but next time we will take some more time in order to cope with that. If you allow me now to announce the election of the judges, of the 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights. The first one is I have to take my glasses off, election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of the Czech Republic. The results are the following. Members voting 238, spoiled or blank 16, votes cast 222, absolute majority 112, this is what is needed. 3 candidates, Thomas Langashek 10, Pavel Simon 8, and Katerina Simakova 204. So, Madam Katerina Simakova, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence on the 1st of November 2021. Then we go to the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of the Republic of Moldova. Members voting 238, spoiled or blank 11, votes cast 227, votes for an absolute majority 114, votes cast Mr. Nicolae Ezanu 3 votes, Mr. Vladimir Grosu 102 votes, Madam Diana Scobioala, 122 votes. Therefore, Madam Diana Scobioala, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence on December 3, 2021. Then we come to the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of the Russian Federation. Members voting 238, spoiled or blank 29, votes cast 209, so absolute majority 105. Results: Mr. Andrei Yurevich Bushev 4 votes, Madam Natalia Vladimirovna Pavlova 18 votes, Mr. Mikhail Borisovich Lobov 187 votes. Therefore, Mr. Mikhail Borisovich Lobov, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected Judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence on January 2nd, 2022. Voila. Now, next item on our agenda is welcoming a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary. Maybe one small note: after the Minister, we will have a vote, so please stay in the room for the votes. You can, of course, if you wish to do so, Mr. Minister, you can attend the voting system, but you're not obliged to do so. But we do have a resolution and recommendation to be voted immediately after the Minister. So, dear Minister, welcome to the Assembly again. Thank you for being here with us today. We value greatly the cooperation with the Committee of Ministers, and as I have said before, you've got an excellent ambassador who is heading that. Voila, so that Harry will cost him another beer. But it is true. It is true. It's really great to work with your ambassador. And without any due delay, I give you the floor. You have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, thank you very much for hosting me for the second time during the term of the Hungarian presidency of the Committee of the Ministers. Last time I had the chance to stand here in front of you in June. And since June, many developments have taken place all over the world. And I think it's not an exaggeration to say that a new age of geopolitics has been started. The withdrawal from Afghanistan has a huge significance on our continent. There are a lot of lessons to be learned and consequences to be drawn. When the decision was made to withdraw from Afghanistan, we urged for two things to prevent. To prevent Afghanistan becoming another time a safe place for terrorist organizations, and to prevent Afghanistan becoming a starting point of additional massive illegal migratory flows. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure we would be successful on any of these two goals of ours. Now, the most important thing is not to repeat the mistakes which have been committed back in 2015. We remember that after the invitations made in form of irresponsible statements by some colleagues of ours in Europe, a massive illegal migratory pressure had hit the continent, constituting a serious risk regarding culture and security. We understood that in many places in Europe, the models for social integration have failed. Parallel societies have been created. Now, 6 years after that, I think it's important to avoid any kind of irresponsible statements in this regard. Because nowadays, another migratory flow would not only constitute a security or cultural risk, but risk regarding healthcare as well. The more people are involved in migratory waves, the more accelerated the virus is being spread. And as now we are entering the fourth wave, this is definitely something that we would not want. Our duty is clear. We, the states, do have to our best in order to protect our countries and our citizens. And when it comes to protection, it became really obvious, at least for the most of us, that vaccination is the solution. And when it comes to vaccination, it's our duty again, duty of the states in Europe, to ensure that everybody has the access to vaccination. And this is a matter of capacity, this is a matter of production, because it's our duty to have enough vaccines. And since vaccines are tools to save lives, they must not be considered as matters of ideology or matters of politics. That's why we urge all authorities, be them European, regional or national, to carry out their procedures of approval on a purely professional basis and leave all political aspects aside. Dear colleagues, let me outline to you some major issues relating to the activities of the Committee of Ministers, falling in line with the priorities of the Hungarian presidency, which I had the honor to share with you in June. When it comes to the protection of the national minorities, you know, this is one of the key areas on which we focus. And the achievements and the future challenges regarding the protection of national minority rights have been the focus of the high-level conference we organized together with the Secretariat here in Strasbourg at the end of June. And we are grateful for the participation of the Secretary General, who underlined the importance of the only 2 legally binding international treaties in this field and the reforms carried out since 2018, by the way, during the Croatian presidency. And this event also noted that the Council of Europe's action on national minorities is particularly necessary with new problems arising, such as the pandemic itself. At the beginning of September, we have organized a conference at the European Youth Center, which is located in Budapest, on the role of the civic organizations and research institutes in promoting Council of Europe norms and standards on national minority rights. This conference has offered an opportunity of representatives of civic organizations, research centers, and national minority youth organizations to express their views on the role and the opportunities of international organizations in protecting national minorities in the context of the current challenges. After more than 10 years, this event also provided an opportunity to present the first results of the renewed intergovernmental cooperation on national minority issues, the study on the political participation of national minority youth organizations. For your information, our presidency is going to organize 2 conferences in October, one in Strasbourg and another one in Budapest, focusing on the best practices in the field of national minority rights and on national minority identities. Our presidency aims to give impetus to this issue in cooperation with the special representative of the Secretary General on the anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim and other forms of religious intolerance and hate crimes. We have just opened an expert panel discussion on interreligious dialogue aimed at raising awareness on the importance of this topic and to present successful strategies for the advancement of interreligious dialogue and reconciliation worldwide. Let me also use this opportunity to divert your attention to the exhibition, which is located here in this building, with the title Cross in Fire, which exhibition shows you how the Christian communities are persecuted in the Middle East and worldwide. And here I have to say that, obviously, when it comes to protection of freedom of religion, then it has to be put in a general and principle term. But we are Europeans, and Europe is being based on Christian values. For example, my country has a Christian statehoodness for more than 1,000 years after our first Christian king, Saint Stephen, has offered the country to the hands of Mary the Virgin. And we Europeans have to be ready and maybe even brave enough to speak up for the Christian communities in the world who are in need and who are under persecution. And I tell you why. Christianity is currently the most persecuted religion all over the earth. And we Europeans have to address this issue, because if we do not address this issue, who would address that issue? And Hungary helps. This is not only a sentence, this is the name of a program. Hungary helps. We have helped 250,000 Christians to return to their homes or to stay in their homes by reconstructing their houses, their churches, their hospitals, their schools. Because if we help or if we encourage these people to leave their homes, we will contribute to the fulfillment of the goal of the terrorist organizations, whose goal is to eliminate these communities. So I think that fighting for freedom of religion and speaking up for persecuted Christians is very important from European perspective. And we Hungarians are strongly committed to protect the rights of the children. To contribute to this effort, we are organizing several events during our presidency. And this is especially important during the pandemic, as families and children have been increasingly forced into the virtual space. And this exposes them to a lot of dangers, which we believe also mean threats to families and children. Accordingly, I'd like to highlight our conference on the rights, opportunities and well-being of children and young people in the digital age that will take place in Budapest at the beginning of October. And this conference will pay special attention to the changes, dangers and opportunities that have emerged as a result of the specific measures introduced to fight the pandemic the past year and a half, and the day-to-day challenges of digital education and online learning. It will particularly focus on children's and students' rights, their well-being, as well as family values and the situation of the families. I would like to recall that one of the challenges relating to the activities of the of the Committee of the Ministers is artificial intelligence. This is a top priority for the Hungarian presidency, as it is also connected to threats that may directly or indirectly endanger families as well. A conference organized by our presidency will take place at the end of October on the current and future challenges of coordinated policies on artificial intelligence regulation. The conference will strive to showcase various governance models and demonstrate the interplay between national policies and the relevant work of the Council of Europe and other key international organizations who are active in this field. I also wish to highlight here to you, dear colleagues, the dilemmas posed by artificial intelligence, the revolution of the IT sector, as well as the development of the social media platforms. All too often, unelected managers of high-tech companies with control over such platforms have almost limitless influence over freedom of speech in the cyberspace. This is why we should find a way to regulate this space so that freedom of speech can really be limitless. We think it is absolutely unacceptable that CEOs of multinational companies decide about the outreach potential of elected officials and politicians to their electorate. And although these managers and CEOs are not authorized and not elected by anybody at all, they have no democratic legitimacy, they decide which news are supposed to be fake or false and which news is supposed to be right and fair. And this is simply unacceptable, especially putting into consideration that there is a strong ideological approach in this regard. And on many issues, especially when it comes to values, we feel that there's a hegemony or even dictatorship of opinions. And we don't like that. We have lived 40 years under communist regime where there was a dictatorship of opinions, and we don't want another dictatorship or hegemony of opinions to take place. Dear colleagues, I do really hope that the Assembly will adopt its opinion on the text regarding the Budapest Convention this week, so that it can be formally adopted before the end of the Hungarian presidency. And here I ask for your kind support, because the new draft second additional protocol to the Convention on Cybercrime, which is called the Budapest Convention, on enhanced cooperation and disclosure of electronic evidence, is also a priority of our presidency. Criminals have stepped up their activities, exploiting changes to the ways in which people live and work at a moment of hardship and real vulnerability due to home office working methods and online education. The devices, victims, and evidence of these crimes are often spread across multiple jurisdictions. Therefore, this protocol intends to facilitate more effective investigations. With this protocol, the Budapest Convention will remain relevant and more effective. I'd like to shortly brief you about our presidency being committed to putting a special focus on the promotion of the digitalization of justice and the safe exploitation of the full potential of artificial intelligence. Our Ministry of Justice will organize a ministerial conference in Budapest at the 5th of October. Thank you very much for confirmation of many of your ministers to take part. And this will provide an opportunity to discuss challenges and achievements related to the digitalization of justice and the application of artificial intelligence for judicial purposes. Mr. President and dear colleagues, we understand that tomorrow the Assembly will dedicate a full day to debates regarding the environment and the connection between environment and human rights. Even more specifically, right to a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. Our President, János Áder, will be here and address the Parliamentary Assembly. First time since we have joined, our President is coming. I asked our President, our other President, to take it personally. And he will brief you about us being proud to be the first country in Europe to ratify the Paris Agreement, to be among those 21 countries in the world which increase their GDP parallel to decreasing their emission, and a country which thinks it is very important that economic development, enhancing competitiveness, and environmental protection go hand in hand. And I hope that still under our presidency, we will be able to move forward at the Committee of Ministers with a feasibility study regarding this issue. But it all depends on you. We are crossing fingers for the outcome of the voting session about the reports tomorrow. As for the coming weeks, let me raise the attention to the upcoming 60th anniversary of the European Social Charter and the high-level panel that will be held here in Strasbourg at the mid of October, and the 50th anniversary of the Pompidou Group and the high-level celebrations planned in Paris at the end of October also. As you may note, Committee of Ministers and our presidency have been active in many fields past months, and the most intensive period until mid-November is still ahead of us. Dear colleagues, I'd like to express my appreciation for all of you sitting here in the Assembly to cooperate with us to help the Hungarian presidency to fulfill its goals and plans. And for the upcoming almost 2 months, I still ask for your cooperation, and I assure you about our desire to continue this common work together with you. Mr. President, thank you very much for your patience, and dear colleagues, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We will now head into the Q&A, as you know. The way we treat this is 1 minute per question. We will take 5 questions at a time. The first 5 questions will be on behalf of the political groups. First on my list is Sir Tony Lloyd for Socialist. Sir Tony Lloyd, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I thank the Minister for his remarks? Can I just press him a little bit, though? He quite rightly said that vaccines were the right way to resolve the issue of COVID in our communities. I wasn't clear, though, whether he was saying that he believed that migrants were responsible for the spread of COVID. Because he will know if he did say that, and may have misunderstood, that's a very controversial view to hold. Can I be clear as well that the European tradition of welcoming those in fear of their lives and receiving proper and secure help is one that we should be very proud of? Is that the position that he takes as chair in office of the Council of Ministers?
Thank you. Next on my list is Ria Oomen on behalf of EPP. Ria, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman. As a member of the EPP, I'm proud to be here so that we can defend, as EPP and also as a member of this Assembly, defend all the values. And if I defend the religion, then I have respect for all the religions. Perhaps the Minister could intervene on that, because he only mentioned one religion. The second point is that on the values, and that's what he said on migration, I disagree on that, but perhaps I didn't understand it well. Third is that I saw many meetings, but what is the result? And I would ask, do you remember, Mr. Minister, that we asked you in June to do everything to have a follow-up on the Istanbul Convention? What did you do? And then, how did you act with the Venice Commission? Did you act for the freedoms of all countries assembled in our base, or did you also act on the freedoms in your own country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to our third speaker. Fiona O'Loughlin, you have the word. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the spirit of all that we represent here, firstly, I'd like to congratulate Switzerland on a resounding victory in their Yes Equality referendum at the weekend. Minister, in your last address to PACE in June, you did give special emphasis on the importance of the rights of all individuals to practice their religion. And I commend you for that and in speaking about how you protect minorities. But the same tolerance, understanding and compassion is not shown when it comes to the LGBTI community, as is proven by the enactment of legislation in your Parliament in relation to gender identity. These laws are discriminatory, harmful and stand in breach of the European Convention on Human Rights. We parliamentarians within our own countries and across Europe must work harder than ever to end homophobia and transphobia and to achieve equality for all. Minister, what actions will you take to reverse the discriminatory legislation introduced and seize Hungary's attacks on the rights of the LGBTI community? Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Alexei Gontarenko on behalf of the ECDA. Alexei.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Minister, we have an awful situation in Belarus. From August of last year, dictator Lukashenko first falsified presidential elections, then using Russian support and support of Putin, he used the brutal force against his own people, killing dozens of them. Thousands were put in detention and tortured. After this, we have crisis after crisis. You will remember the situation with kidnapping of the plane of Ryanair in the skies of Belarus. Now we have an awful migration crisis on the border. border of Belarus with Lithuania, Latvia and Poland, where migrants are weaponized by Lukashenko, and also we already have casualties. So the question is, what steps will be made by Council of Europe under Hungarian presidency to influence on this situation? And secondly, new sanctions. And do you support the idea to create within the Council of Europe an ad hoc committee or a body on the situation of Belarus to work on it day to day? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on my list is Mr. Osoy. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. President. My question to Mr. Minister is a simple one, actually, which we have already discussed at this plenary so many times. That we have been observing that many members of this very council are defying court decisions. And given that the Committee of Ministers is the body responsible for the execution of court decisions, I would like to ask, what do they specifically plan to do, given that there is a growing tendency in many member states simply not implementing binding court decisions? We have talked about the case of Mr. Selahattin Demirtas and Mr. Osman Kavala, both from my country, one being the chair of my party, actually, imprisoned since November 2016. But it is not just Turkey and these two names, but there is a really very dangerous and growing tendency. And I would like to get the opinion of Mr. Minister on what specifically the Committee of Ministers plans to do with respect to this grave situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. May I also ask you to put on your mask, please? Thank you. No, I know. It's just in case you forgot. You've got the floor.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your questions and observations. Thank you very much for giving me the floor to clarify what I have said in order to avoid any kind of misinterpretation and circulation of fake news, which I understand is part of politics. When it comes to migration, what I said was the following. The more people are involved in migratory waves, the more accelerated the virus can be spread around the world. With this, I have not said that the migrants are responsible for the global pandemic. Come on, don't falsify my words, please. At least to not that extent, because it's a little bit too much, I think. But it's obvious that if people are moving around without being vaccinated, I'm pretty sure that, that it would accelerate the spread of the virus. When it comes to migration itself, here we differ on opinions. I think we have to put into consideration international law, for the respect of which I guess all of us are committed. International law says the following. If anyone is being forced to leave his or her home, then he or she is entitled to stay temporarily on the territory of the first accessible safe country, as long as the reasons for his or her escape still exist. That's what international law says. And it is absolutely not a human right to cross borders of dozens of countries just in order to get somewhere where you would want to. Let's put into consideration, for example, Hungary's situation. Back in 2015, we were invaded by 400,000 illegal migrants. They arrived partly from Serbia and partly from Croatia to Hungary. And they demanded to be allowed to cross the border. They have not asked for it, they violated the border in order to go to Germany, or to Austria, or to Sweden. Now my question is, do we really take it seriously that there's a human right existing that once you would like to go to Germany, you can cross borders of countries? Serbia and Croatia are peaceful countries, thanks God. There's no war, neither in Serbia nor in Croatia. There's no reason for anybody to escape from Croatia or from Serbia. My question is, on what basis should have Hungary allowed people to violate the border between the two of us, after crossing at least half of a dozen of safe countries? So if we always speak about rule of law, if we Hungarians are always lectured on that, then my question is, why don't we put into consideration international law when it comes to migration? Our position is very clear. Migration is a dangerous phenomenon. And we understand that there are countries with different history, with different location, with different heritage, with different understanding. That's a matter of democracy. You are allowed to think differently. But my question is why we try to put pressure on each other to act differently compared how we think it's appropriate for our own countries. I admit and I accept that there are countries who think that migration has had a positive contribution to their past. Fine. We think differently. And we never ask you to think the way we do think. But we should not be under pressure to think differently either. On the issue of freedom of religion, as I have pointed out in my statement, we do believe that the issue of freedom of religion must be approached in a general, in a principal way, which means that everybody does have the right to practice his or her faith, belief, and religion. That must not be challenged. The only thing what I'm saying is that regardless of the fact that Christianity is the most persecuted religion all over the world, proved by figures, 340 million Christians are living in areas where they are under persecution and they have to suffer from discrimination. There were more than 4,700 Christians killed last year for their belief. There were more than 4,000 churches and religious buildings under attack. More than 4,400 Christians last year arrested without proper legal procedure. And regardless of this fact, I never see in statements and resolutions of international organizations addressing this issue. And I really do believe, once again, as a representative of a country with a very strong Christian history, that we do have to raise this issue. And of course, with the respect to others. Look, we had a question from Turkey. My friend and brother, the foreign minister of Turkey, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, he speaks always with an enthusiasm for the Muslim communities to be protected all around the world. He speaks up against Islamophobia. And the way he does it, I think this is something to follow. And I respect it. And I guess it is respected by them, by him, if I speak the same way he does speak for the Muslims, for the Christians. And if he speaks about the Muslims, I don't think he speaks against the Christians. And when I speak for the Christians, I don't speak against the Muslims either. And you know, there's very, very frightening phenomenon going on in the western part of Europe, which is the modern age anti-Semitism. Look back the rallies. Look back the sentences chanted there. Look back the flags of Israel being burned. I do believe this is one of the consequences of the massive illegal migratory flows that took place. And we have to fight that. And in Hungary, we have announced zero tolerance against anti-Semitism. And when it comes to the freedom rights, look, I represent a country which had to suffer 40 years under communist regime. It was only 30 years ago, a little bit more than 30 years ago, that we got rid of the communists. The current prime minister of my country was the first person to be brave enough to urge the Soviet troops openly to leave our country. So if there's a nation which should not be educated on rights of freedom, is definitely us Hungarians, because we had to fight for our own freedom. We understand that there are nations which received freedom as a present, as a gift of history, but we are not among them, unfortunately. So I join you in celebrating the importance of the rights of freedom. And thank you very much for praising our efforts to work towards ensuring freedom of religion and ensuring rights of the national minorities. And thank you for your question regarding the LGBT community in Hungary, because here now you give me a chance finally to clarify some things. Because there are awful lies and fake news and misinterpretation circulated about the law in Hungary which was passed by the parliament in order to give protection to the children. This law is not against anybody. It's definitely not against any community. It's not against the LGBT community at all. Because this law does not say anything about the LGBT community in Hungary. It does not say anything what citizens do after the age of 18. It doesn't say how they should behave, what kind of choice they have to make. It doesn't say anything with whom they live together, whom they love. But it says the following, and I'm proud of that. It says the following, that the parents do have the exclusive right to conduct the education of their children under the age of 18 when it comes to the education of sexual orientation. That's the exclusive right of the parents, and we stick to it. Because we parents know our children the best. No NGO knows my kids better than myself. And yes, we have prohibited NGOs to go into kindergartens and into schools and conduct sexual education there, because it's not their job. It's not their job. It's the job and the exclusive rights of the parents. That's how we understand. And that's how this law has been passed. And once again, I would like to assure my honorable colleague that it has nothing to do with discrimination and has nothing to do with the LGBT community in Hungary. Now, when it comes to migration being used as a tool against another country, we have a long experience on that, unfortunately. Because back in 2015, remember, we Hungarians represented a very strong policy on not allowing migration to be used as a weapon against other countries. We have had, as I told you, 400,000 migrants marching through our country without any kind of respect to local regulations, to laws, and the way of behavior. Occupying public areas, blocking roads, railroads, no cooperation with the local authorities at all, not willing to go to the assigned places where they would have been given food and drink and medical assistance, not caring about any kind of regulation. At that time, we made a decision to protect our border, which is, by the way, the external border of European Union and Schengen area. And we decided to put up a fence, you might remember. What was the reaction of the international community? You might remember. We were compared with the worst dictatorships of the last century. We were attacked by everybody. The words which were used on us were awful. And now, Lithuania and other countries are building fence on their external border, and everybody applauds. I've been foreign minister for 7 years now. I was sitting there in the Foreign Affairs Council back in 2015. So I can compare the positions which were represented at that time and now. But we applaud as well, because this is the way. We have to protect our external borders. And we know that politics is not about credits. So I know that those who say now that Poland, Lithuania, Latvia have to protect the external border, have to put up fences, they will never say that they're sorry for what they said back in 2015. Because it's not a matter of credit. We know it. But I think that this is the only way how the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Polish should behave. Protect the border, build a fence, protect themselves and protect us Europeans in the meantime. And we have to use the strongest possible terms when we address migration being used as a mean of hybrid warfare against anybody. We have to reject that very heavily. Now, when it comes to a special working group which you have referred to, we are definitely not against any bodies which would give a platform for coordination and dialogue. It's absolutely fine with us, so you should let us know how we can facilitate or how we can help that. Of course, all issues can be put on the agenda there, and we can discuss what would be the final outcome and the final decision. Now, our Turkish colleague has raised maybe the most challenging issue when it comes to the activities of our presidency, because obviously, the rulings of the court must be respected and implemented by the member states. Now, what we can do for it, I regret to say, Mr. President, that our tools are rather limited. So maybe here a work should be done, and I guess most likely by the Assembly, to find out some ways how Council of Europe can ensure the implementation of the rulings of the court to be made in our member states. The German chairmanship made its best, and of course, I can assure you that we do everything in order to make progress in this regard. Of course, with balanced approach and in the framework of the negotiations. But here I have to confess we are rather limited in the toolbox. Let's put it this way. But maybe under the guidance of our President of the Assembly, we might go forward on that issue as well.
Thank you for giving us a little bit more competences that we are used to, but we would gladly do so. I mean, but you know, Mr. Minister, watch out when you give a piece of meat to the Parliament. I mean, they will take it on and you give a finger and we'll have you at your shoulder. So, but well taken note. We have time for 2 more questions. First on my list is Neme Jolt, followed by François Calvet. I'll take those 2 in order to stick at our timing. Jolt, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The Ukraine is a very important member of the European family, which has been targeted by aggression, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty must be respected by everybody. However, dear colleagues, one of us, a member of Parliament, Nacho Lőrinc, last week was banned to enter the Ukraine with the humanitarian transport. Moreover, today, the Ukraine has announced its quite intimidating statement to punish one of its neighbors for signing a gas contract with Russia. Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you, how can the Council of Europe support a country if that country tends to overlook its basic international obligations? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jolt. I have to tell the Assembly that I made a bit of a mistake because I took the second series of 5 already, thinking that since we were so far into the Q&A, so now I'm a bit embarrassed because the 5 that were first on my list were not there. And thank you, Alain, for coming down and telling me that. Damien, je veux dire. So I would propose we take the 5 first on the list, so Jolt was lucky to pop in there, not on purpose, Jolt, just to be sure. But please be as brief as possible that we don't run into a problem. But we have to be fair and square. So I have Damien Cotier, Elvira Kovac, Emanuel Zingeris, Rafael Uzenov, and Marija Mecenceva. Please be as brief as possible. I do apologize for my mistake. Damien.
Merci, et merci Monsieur le Ministre d'être présent et du dialogue que nous pouvons avoir avec vous. Nous ne sommes pas toujours d'accord avec vous et parfois c'est sportif, Mais on se parle et on se parle en direct et je crois que c'est une excellente chose. Et je ne suis pas d'accord avec, je vous ai bien écouté avec plusieurs choses que vous avez dites, y compris sur la migration. Je ne crois pas que ce soit un danger. Je pense que c'est un phénomène qui est aussi vieux que l'humanité, qui doit être encadré évidemment par les États et avoir certaines limites. Mais ma question, ce serait au fond votre plaidoyer de tout à l'heure pour dire que des personnes ne peuvent pas traverser les frontières comme elles le souhaitent. Est-ce que ce n'est pas le meilleur plaidoyer pour une répartition de la charge, comme on l'appelle, ou de la responsabilité des réfugiés à travers l'Europe et que les pays se coordonnent? Et sur la question des LGBT, je dois vous dire que j'ai grandi comme jeune gay dans un pays, la Suisse, qui n'est pas homophobe, mais qui ne me donnait que des signaux d'hétéronormalité. Et je me sentais différent et pas normal. Et aujourd'hui, mon pays a évolué, il m'a donné un signal totalement inverse dimanche passé en disant « tu es égal, tu es normal ». Est-ce que vous ne donnez pas le signal inverse et est-ce que vous ne risquez pas de créer beaucoup de souffrance avec ce signal politique?
Merci. We now move to Elvira Kovac. Elvira, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister. 5 months after Hungary assumed the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the COE and several thematic conferences organized, could you please summarize your preliminary reflections by analyzing best practices, challenges, opportunities, and initiatives for the further implementation of minority rights? Question is, how to implement the standards enshrined into the Council of Europe documents as an effective remedy to overcome setbacks in the enforcement of minority rights, especially in the area of languages and education rights, as well as lack of instrumental empathy towards the autochthonous national and linguistic communities? And further, how to ensure that states refraining from withdrawing already acquired Council of Europe standards in protecting minority rights, in order not just to ensure that minorities' voices are heard, but to guarantee that minorities are entitled to some form of political representation. Thank you.
We now go to Emanuel Zingeris. Emanuel, are you in the room? Okay, Emanuel.
Ich bedanke mich herzlich für Ihre Anwesenheit und das alles, was haben Sie getan in den letzten 6 Monaten für unseren Europarat, Herr Minister. Aber ich habe schon betont, diese Instrumentalisierung von Immigration-Sache. Ich bin von Vilnius und jeden Tag sehe ich, wenn die weißrussische Armee ist zusammenbringen diese künstlichen Migranten, welche wir müssten erbarmen uns und natürlich unsere gute Wille zu diesen Migranten schauen, aber das ist unwahrscheinlich, diese Attacke an alle Segmenten von Europäischer Union, Europarat und so weiter. Haben Sie schon etwas erzählt und dann müssen wir etwas noch betonen, wie könnten wir haben einen Bericht in übermorgen bei uns in diesem Saal, wie müssen wir kämpfen gegen diese unwahrscheinliche Instrumentalisierung bei Diktatoren gegen uns.
Time.
Danke.
Thank you very much. We now go to Rafael Husseinov. Rafael, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Minister, one of the priorities of the Hungarian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe is entitled as Interreligious Dialogue, highlighting the important role of intercultural dialogue in tackling intolerance. As a multicultural and multi-confessional nation, Azerbaijan strongly believes in the necessity of supporting and promoting intercultural dialogue among the world nations as well as within our European societies. Therefore, against the backdrop of the rising intolerance and divisive populist movements of the European continent, I commend very much the Hungarian presidency for relaunching this topic in the Council of Europe. At the same time, I am interested to hear how the Hungarian presidency intends to take on this matter to have some effective and lasting impact on the ground through the European societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to Marija Mecencheva. Last question, and then we refer to the Minister. Marija.
Merci, Le Président. Dear Minister, dear Chairman, recently you have been preparing second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, and we do know that the member states have some challenges and concerns. I would love to hear what could there be to save some time. I would like to take this opportunity to refer to my fellow colleague and to inform the Assembly that our Hungarian colleague was not able to cross the Ukrainian border recently with humanitarian aid because he breached the Article 57 of the Electoral Code of Ukraine, taking an opportunity to root for one of the parties at the local elections in Ukraine. Merci, Le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. You have the floor. If you would oblige to be a little bit brief because we need to proceed, but please, of course, if you want to take 2 hours, you're free to do so, but we would prefer it to be a little bit brief, if possible. You have the floor.
Sure. I'll do my best, Mr. President. First of all, on a colleague from Azerbaijan, I'd just like to tell you that very recently I made an agreement with your Minister of Culture that since Shusha is going to be the cultural capital of the Turkic world, and Veszprém, a Hungarian city, is going to be the capital of culture of Europe, they will work together in the same year, 2023. They will work together very closely in order to promote intercultural dialogue. And I also agreed with your Minister of Culture that we offer our help in Nagorno-Karabakh to rebuild places of worship and religion. And we are happy to contribute to the restoration of the Christian heritage there. And I commend your government in promoting interfaith and intercultural dialogue. Many times I'm in Baku. I have a meeting with the Bishop of the Catholics, who usually makes it very clear that he has a respect-based cooperation with the state authorities in Azerbaijan, and this is something that definitely should be followed. You know, if you come to Budapest, you will see one of the biggest Catholic cathedrals of the region and one of the biggest synagogues of Europe to be within walking distance with each other. It shows very clearly how we Hungarians live together, regardless of religion and culture. When it comes to our Lithuanian colleague, once again, I can refer back to my visit to Vilnius recently, where I have met your Minister of Interior, and I have told her about our experience, and I have offered immediately help to her. And we do help with not only with experience, but with fence as well, because we still have some in the storage back from 2015. And we know that, you know, once you build a fence, it's going to be under attack always. Since 2015, we had to spend more than 1 billion euros, on protecting the border, because there are dozens of attempts to violate our border on a daily basis. You need huge efforts to be made. And be honest, no one will help you. In our case, it was only the Central European colleagues, Polish, Czech, and Slovak, who sent some manpower. But we have not received any kind of help from Brussels. I'm afraid this is going to be the same situation with you. But here you definitely have our full support, because using migration as a hybrid weapon against any country has to be rejected. And violating the border of any country has to be rejected as well, because protection of the border is a matter of statehood. And here I come to the question of our colleague from Switzerland, that, you know, crossing a border, and as a Swiss, you must know it, crossing the border is being regulated in norms and procedures and laws. And you can't just cross a border without any kind of documentation, just you feel like going to the other side. And violating the border must be addressed in a proper manner by every state, I guess. When it comes to and thank you very much for your remarks regarding on dialogue, because I think it's extremely important. But when it comes to referendum, we will have a referendum definitely in Hungary at the beginning of next year, when the Hungarian citizens will have the right to express their opinion about the law on the protection of the children. And the outcome of this referendum will definitely be respected by the government and the parliament in the meantime. When it comes to the minority rights, I think that there are some best practices. the country you're living in, Serbia, should be the best possible example, not only for Europe, but the entire world. How the national minorities, I can speak on behalf of the experience of the Hungarians, are respected. Because what I do believe is that if the neighboring countries can look at the national communities of each other as a source of strength instead of source of conflict, then it will have a very, very good impact on their bilateral relations, and the whole region will be more stable. So I think we have to look at best practices, and we have to take seriously into consideration our all conventions regarding the minority rights. And this assembly, I think, should react to all those events and phenomena which go against this kind of convention. And lastly, last 2 points regarding the Budapest Convention. We do our best in order to push this issue forward. We opened it for non-European countries as well. We hope for a big turnout on our conference in Budapest, and we hope that the 20th anniversary of the signing of the original Budapest Convention will be a good reason to be able to amend that. And when it comes to the gas contract, you know, in the central part of Europe, energy supply is a matter of national security. And we use gas, as it is being used all over Europe, and taking into consideration the regional infrastructural reality, there's no other option than buying gas in a big extent from Russia. Because it's very smart and nice to speak about diversification. But since gas can be delivered in a pipeline, if you don't have a pipeline to other direction, then you can't buy gas from there. So for us Central Europeans, Russian gas is the #1 option. And we have signed another gas contract for 15 years, and we reject any kind of attempt to interfere into our sovereignty, because it's our sovereign right to sign energy supply contract with whomever we want to. Under circumstances we can agree. And attacking a country just because it ensures that the houses and the flats of its citizens will be heated and its industry is going to be running, it's unacceptable. Although, of course, we are not going to seize the attempt to enhance our bilateral relationship, but such kind of moves, attacking us at the European Commission because of ensuring the security of our energy supply is too much, to be honest. We are buying gas for the next 15 years, 4.5 billion cubic meters on an annual basis. And since it's not us to have the gas, that's why we have to buy it. And the delivery route is being defined by those who sell the gas and not by those who buy the gas. That's the reality, unfortunately. So it's good for those countries who have gas and oil, and it's not that good for those countries who do not have gas and oil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. That concludes our Q&A. With you today. Thank you for being with us and giving us clear answers, obviously within the context which is normal in politics, that we do not always have to agree on everything, even on the contrary, but so be it. Thank you very much for having been with us, and we will see you soon again. Thank you very much. I am now seeing whether my Vice President, Mr. Yildiz, is in the room. Is Ahmed in the room? Where is Ahmed? Ah, voilà. Thank you, Ahmed, for taking over. We will start now by having 2 votes on socio-economic inequalities in Europe. 1 vote on the resolution and the second on the recommendation, which will be followed by the gender representation, the Parliamentary Assembly debate and votes. Ahmed, if you would be so kind to take the responsibility of the Assembly on you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Shall I start? Yes, please. Declaring the voting result. We should wait. Voting results. Yes, dear colleagues, following the modification of this morning's agenda, we are now resuming consideration of the report titled Socio-Economic Equalities in Europe, Time to Restore Social Trust by Strengthening Social Rights, document 15365, by holding votes on the draft resolution and draft recommendation. First, draft resolution. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15365. A simple majority is required to adopt. The vote in the hemicycle and via remote online voting is now open. Please vote. Yes, the vote is closed, and please display the results. Okay, then adopted by a huge majority, 85 in favor, 3 against, and 16 abstention. It is adopted. The draft resolution in document 15365 is now adopted. Now we will proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15365. A two-thirds majority is required to adopt. The vote both in the hemicycle and remote voting is now open. Please cast your votes.
Close the vote.
Yes, the vote is closed, and I ask the Secretariat to display the results. Thanks. Again, a huge majority, 87 in favor, 3 against, and 16 abstention. So the draft recommendation is adopted. Congratulations to rapporteur, and appreciate her tremendous effort. Okay, colleagues, the next item of business at this sitting is the debate on the report titled Gender Representation in the Parliamentary Assembly, document 15366 and addendum, presented by Ms. Nicole Tries on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs. We shall also hear an opinion from Ms. Petra Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. They have tabled a lot of amendments. In order to finish by 6:50 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:45 to allow time for the replies and the vote before the next debate. The rapporteur has 7 minutes to present the report, and then we will have a further 3 minutes to reply and the debate at the end. Mr. Ries, you have the floor now, 7 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente de la Commission du Règlement, Madame la Présidente de la Commission sur l'égalité et rapporteure pour avis, chers collègues, en préambule, je voudrais rappeler l'origine de ce rapport. À l'ouverture de la première session de janvier 2020, il y a eu contestation des pouvoirs de 6 délégations nationales au motif qu'elles ne comprenaient pas le nombre minimum de femmes requis, lequel est censé correspondre à leur pourcentage dans leur Parlement d'origine. Or, nous étions devant une réelle difficulté, car nous nous sommes aperçus à travers cet épisode que le règlement ne sanctionne réellement que les délégations ne comportant en leur sein aucune femme en qualité de représentante. Autrement dit, le règlement actuel, et tout le monde est d'accord sur ce point, est clairement insatisfaisant quant à la place des femmes dans notre Assemblée. Il ne promeut en rien une représentativité équilibrée des hommes et des femmes, alors même que notre institution est le symbole incarné et reconnu des droits humains, donc des droits des hommes et des droits des femmes. Pour autant, plusieurs résolutions et recommandations avaient déjà été votées par le passé, en 2003, en 2007, en 2010, où l'on parlait déjà d'un minimum de 30% de femmes dans les délégations, puis en 2016 et en 2019 pour envisager la parité dans les commissions. Cela fait donc plus de 15 ans qu'on y travaille. S'il faut se réjouir que la reconnaissance de la place des femmes et leur protection figurent tout en haut de nos priorités, nous devons constater en toute objectivité que notre Assemblée n'est pas forcément la mieux placée pour donner des leçons en matière de parité, car elle n'est pas exemplaire dans sa composition et dans les responsabilités qu'elle accorde à ses membres de sexe féminin. Certes, en 10 ans, la proportion de femmes à la PCE a progressé de 28% pour atteindre désormais 37%, reflétant ainsi les nets progrès réalisés dans la plupart des parlements nationaux de nos États membres. La tendance semble néanmoins se stabiliser et actuellement, 16 délégations comprennent moins d'un tiers de femmes. Par ailleurs, une représentation équilibrée ne se mesure pas uniquement au nombre respectif des femmes et des hommes. De ce point de vue, je me dois de rappeler ici que pour ce qui concerne notre Assemblée, aucune femme ne siège au comité présidentiel, lequel justifie ainsi pleinement sa dénomination de comité des présidents. Le bureau est à 77% masculin, puisque 8 femmes y siègent parmi ses 35 membres. On dénombre seulement 6 femmes au nombre de 20 vice-présidences actuellement pourvues. 2 des 9 commissions sont présidées par une femme. C'était d'ailleurs les 2 tiers en 2018. 10 femmes siègent à la commission du règlement sur 33 sièges pourvus, 21 femmes à la commission de suivi sur 86 sièges effectivement pourvus, et seulement 20% des rapporteurs au sein de la commission de suivi et 16% des rapporteurs au sein de la commission des questions juridiques et des droits de l'homme sont des femmes. Mes chers collègues, en conscience, collectivement, nous ne pouvons pas nous satisfaire de ces constats sans appel. Il nous faut donc modifier notre règlement pour changer cet état des choses qui ne reflète pas la réalité de nos sociétés démocratiques modernes. J'ai souhaité que ce rapport soit collégial, car il nous concerne toutes et tous. J'ai la conviction également que les groupes politiques sont essentiels dans la réussite de cette réforme du règlement, dont le seul objectif est, je le répète, une meilleure représentativité des hommes et des femmes. Grâce aux échanges que nous avons eus, j'ai pu en améliorer le contenu, modifier les points crispants et avancer avec chacune et chacun d'entre vous pour aboutir à un certain consensus permettant l'adoption de règles plus ambitieuses, mais aussi réalisables par les États membres et les groupes politiques. Ainsi, il me semble opportun de préciser les éléments pivots suivants qui sont issus de ce dialogue. Tout d'abord, la date de mise en œuvre des nouvelles règles a été reportée en janvier 2023 pour laisser le temps aux délégations nationales, au fil des renouvellements à venir, de se mettre en conformité. La mixité a été expressément prévue pour éviter qu'une délégation soit exclusivement masculine ou exclusivement féminine. La mise en place de quotas est assortie d'une certaine progressivité selon la taille des délégations. Ainsi, pour les petites délégations de 4 membres, seule une femme représentante sera requise, soit 25%. Pour les autres délégations, nous proposons un quota de 33%, avec une proposition minimale de 33% de représentantes parmi ces 33% qui sont les femmes. Enfin, les groupes politiques seront invités à proposer une femme sur 3 membres au minimum pour les désignations aux commissions de leur ressort et les orateurs, tandis que la fonction de rapporteur devra échoir à une femme dans 33% des cas. Toutes ces évolutions se veulent la première étape d'une approche progressive mais ambitieuse, avec en perspective une représentation de 40% en 2026. Il ne s'agit pas, avec ce rapport, de renverser la table, mais simplement de faire évoluer un règlement qui parlait à peine des femmes et qui date de quelques décennies. Dans un contexte mondial difficile pour tous, mais il faut bien le dire, plus particulièrement compliqué pour certaines femmes, il est de notre responsabilité de porter haut les valeurs de la démocratie et des droits humains pour toutes et tous. Cela passe aussi, je dirais même surtout, par un changement de notre règlement en faveur de davantage d'équité. Et pour conclure, je souhaiterais rappeler ces mots de la philosophe française Simone de Beauvoir, qui restent hélas d'actualité, je cite « Rien n'est jamais définitivement acquis, il suffira d'une crise politique, économique ou religieuse pour que les droits des femmes soient remis en question. Votre vie durant, vous devrez rester vigilante. » Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And now the floor is for Ms. Bayer. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. An adoption of this resolution, including the opinion, will not be a revolution. We just move the composition of our Assembly towards a direction that is based on demography and, much more important, on democracy. It is key for us as an Assembly to mirror the reality of our societies at the Assembly, and I'm very grateful to Nicole for her important report that lays really a fundament for a next step forward. I'm very grateful to Ingrid for organizing a hearing in the Rules Committee where we had a very explicit takeaway. If you want to be successful in having gender-balanced assemblies or organizations or institutions, you need clear targets, you need time frames, you need incentives, you need quotas, and you need consequences. That we do in the report and in the opinion. With the opinion of the Equality Committee, which was adopted unanimously, we transformed the wording to avoid the phrase underrepresented sex to something which is not that marginalizing, because that's not a very good language, simply. We provide inclusive perspective, ensuring balanced gender representation. With our opinion, we follow the principle of minimum 1/3 women and 1/3 men, and the rest can be composed as whatever remains can be, the remaining seats left can be composed as ever. We increase the accountability for sexism-free parliaments, and we follow a resolution we already had adopted on that, and really want to ask the Bureau for the implementation efforts, and we give a role to the Bureau as well when implementing the new approach. Also, they give guidelines for the committees how they should act, for instance. So, as I said,
It is not a revolution, but it is a step towards the right direction. It comes timely and it is necessary. And let me at the end also quote somebody. I want to quote US Vice President Kamala Harris. She attended the Gender Equality Forum this June, where also the Parliamentary Assembly participated and contributed, organized by France. And Kamala Harris said, "Democracy is strongest when everyone participates, and it is weaker when people are left out." So I know without doubt, gender equality strengthens democracy. Dear colleagues, let us strengthen the democracy of the Council of Europe today. Thank you.
Thank you for precise timing. Now we move to the debate. Speakers will have 3 minutes, but I appreciate if they can save more time. Now the first speaker, we will start with the groups. First, on behalf of the UEL, Ms. Feleknas Uca, she is connected online, I think.
Ich möchte mich bei der Berichterstatterin für den wichtigen Bericht bedanken. Und wir als Fraktion unterstützen diesen Bericht mit. Die Politik, in der Entscheidungen getroffen werden, die sich direkt auf die Gesellschaft auswirken, ist einer der Hauptbereiche, in denen die Herrschaft und Hierarchie reproduziert werden. Zwar hat heutzutage die Repräsentation von Frauen in der Politik zugenommen, sie ist aber leider immer noch nicht auf dem erforderlichen Niveau. Insbesondere in Ländern, die bei der Gleichstellungspolitik zurückgeblieben sind, werden Frauen aufgrund der unter den regierenden Männern herrschenden, die Gleichstellung der Geschlechter ablehnende Einstellung immer noch als Menschen zweiter Klasse betrachtet und so getan, als ob es keine weiteren diverse Geschlechter gäbe. In ihrem gegenwärtigen Zustand ist die Politik eine antidemokratische und monopolische Männerdomäne. Damit sich das ändert, damit die Frauen in allen Bereichen ihres Lebens ein Mitspracherecht haben und damit die seit Jahrtausenden andauernden Ausbeutung endlich ein Ende findet, ist es entscheidend, dass Frauen in der Politik gleich stark repräsentiert sind. Daneben wird auch die gleichberechtigte Vertretung unterschiedlicher Glaubensbekenntnisse und Kulturen sowie der jungen Leute Gleichstellung und Gerechtigkeit in der Politik herbeiführen. Allerdings werden derzeit selbst in Europa die Parlamentarier vieler Länder von Männern dominiert. Wir sehen, dass die Sichtbarkeit und Vertretung unterschiedlicher Geschlechter noch nicht auf einem ausreichenden Niveau sind. Die bedeutendste Errungenschaft der kurdischen Frauenbewegung ist das auf jeder Ebene unserer Partei, die HDP, praktizierte System der Doppelspitze in Führungs- und Sprecherpositionen, das sowohl die Frauen als auch die Männer transformiert und stärkt. Um eine wirklich gleichberechtigte Vertretung zu erreichen, empfehlen wir, das System der doppelten Sprecherspitze auch in Europa einzuführen. Das seit der Gründung der HDP als Doppelspitze ausgelegte System der Parteiführung bezweckt nicht Macht und Herrschaft zu teilen. Es begreift Führen nicht als Ausüben von Macht, sondern als produktives gemeinsames Gestalten. Durch eigene autonome Frauengremien und eine gleichberechtigte Vertretung wird die Benachteiligung der Frauen aufgehoben und sie erhalten ein Mitspracherecht. Die weibliche Revolution in Rojava, welches die männliche Vorherrschaft im Nahen Osten geschwächt hat, zählt zu den wichtigsten Beispielen einer gleichberechtigten Vertretung. Mit einer Struktur, die auf verstärkte weiblicher Präsenz in allen Bereichen beruht, haben die Frauen die jahrtausendealte Männerherrschaft transformiert. Wir sollten beginnen, hier heute im Parlament, unsere Ziele für eine gleichberechtigte Vertretung aller Kulturen und Geschlechter in jedem Bereich setzen. Ich bin der Auffassung, dass das Ziel für 2026 eine 50-prozentige Frauenquote in allen Volksvertretungen sein muss. Die Verantwortung für die Schaffung einer gleichberechtigten Vertretung tragen wir alle gemeinsam. Wir werden stets unsere Bemühungen fortsetzen, von einer eintönigen monolithischen Politik loszukommen, auf allen Gebieten in Entscheidung zu treten und der Diversität zu ihrem Recht zu verhalten. Ich danke Ihnen.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Ms. Selin Sayek-Böke on behalf of the Socialist Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens Group, I'd like to express our strong support to the report and opinion on it. Clearly, as the Assembly, we should not treat the changes to our rules from this resolution as a final destination or a revolution, but rather we should know they are the step in the right direction. In the words of UN Women Executive Director, only half is an equal share, and actually only equal is enough. And we're not even there with this resolution. All evidence shows that women's increasing participation in politics helps advance not only gender equality, but also prosperity for all. And challenges women face in political participation mirrors what we face in daily life in a very gender unequal world order. So clearly this is a structural issue, and what better place to tackle the structural problem but our very own organization, whose pillars of democracy, rule of law, human rights are strongly linked to gender equality. As such, I think this resolution is somewhat of a test of our sincerity as an organization, an opportunity for us to be genuine defenders of our values through our very own rules and regulations. Now, we should be reminded that the aim of this resolution is to take a step forward from where we stand. And where we stand is currently 37% of women representation. So whatever we do, we should not fall behind this level. And we should ensure that no national delegation's gender composition falls behind their own national parliament's gender proportion. Therefore, we should take a step forward. And this is why the rules guarantee that in member states where the share of women in their national parliament exceeds 1:3, the gender composition of the delegation should mirror the same ratio. And in all other member states, the rule is 1:3. International studies actually identify the benchmark of 30% representation as the critical mass of female legislators to enable significant and positive impact. That's the bare minimum. That's where we should start from. And we should seek to achieve the ideal eventually. And that's what this resolution does. It takes a gradual approach. By 2026, it proposes 40%. Now, we need these quotas. In 2019, women gained 30% of parliamentary seats in countries with quotas. In countries without quotas, this ratio was only 18%. Quotas actually help. And clearly, our goal is not only numerical representation, but genuine empowerment of women. Therefore, seeking a gender balance in the appointment of group spokespersons, in rapporteurships, in implementation of policies and duties. Therefore, this is what this resolution does. And finally, true democracies are built on accountability. That's what this report does. So let's seize the moment of opportunity, not only preaching our values, but making them a reality. Thank you.
Thank you too. Now, for EPP group, the floor is for Mr. Joseph O'Reilly.
Thank you, President. At the outset, on behalf of the EPP, I want to congratulate Ms. Creese from France on the original report and Ms. Beyer, my good friend, for the committee's opinion. The EPP supports both the underlying principles here and the balanced nature of the report. And we understand in the EPP that this cannot be achieved by aspiration alone, and that there must be targets and quotas and clear delineation of what has to be done. Gender inequality demeans both men and women. It denies the riches and the genius of women, 51% of the population. And I personally and the EPP to support the principle of quotas as the only way to break the glass ceiling for women. As members of the Parliamentary Assembly here at the Council of Europe, we have much to do. It is right and proper that long-established international organisations such as PACE lead by example. However, we have an all-male presidential committee, only 2 female chairs of 9 committees, 6 women out of 20 on the Assembly seats. As members of this ambitious Assembly across all our parties and groups, we must work harder and more closely to achieve a realistic timeline for gender equality. The current proposals show a gradual arrival at 40% and January 23 for implementation, and it's constantly being monitored, and that's how it should be. So we were anxious in the EPP that people come to work together on this, and that it's a graduated process, bringing people along on the journey with it, rather than something that will alienate and divide, which never gets the right outcome. I In a post-COVID world, we'll have many competing challenges. We're confronted with challenges in education, globalisation, poverty, health and food provision, and many other concerns. And one of the most fundamental challenges is to achieve gender equality, of course. And to address the various challenges, we need gender equality in our representations. So basically, our EPP position is we welcome this in principle. We think of its nature, it has to be consensual, it has to be gradual, and I think that's been achieved here. And we want the end outcome, and we do accept the underlying principle of quotas, and that we cannot achieve gender equality by aspirational statements alone. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is for Damien Cottier on behalf of ALDE Group. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le groupe ALDE soutient le but de ce projet de résolution. Il remercie la rapporteure, Madame Nicole Trys, pour l'excellent travail et aussi pour le dialogue recherché avec les groupes politiques tout au long du processus. Oui, nos parlements et nos assemblées, de même que toutes les autorités politiques élues, doivent tendre vers une bonne représentation des hommes et des femmes. Et oui, il faut une volonté politique claire d'y parvenir et des mesures volontaristes. Le groupe ALDE insiste néanmoins sur l'importance d'un esprit positif et libéral dans ce processus, et non d'un esprit par trop empreint de contraintes ou de rigidité. ALDE privilégiera toujours des mesures volontaires, faisant la part belle au génie humain, à l'enthousiasme et à la liberté par rapport à une politique de quotas stricts, d'automatisme, d'obligations ou pire encore de sanctions. Nous soulignons par ailleurs qu'il faut éviter le piège de règles de désignation trop complexes qui multiplient les critères, d'abord au niveau national, puis dans notre Assemblée, et qui peuvent à la fin rendre le choix, qui est la base même de la démocratie, difficile, voire dans certains cas impossible. S'il y a trop de contraintes, on aboutit à des automatismes et c'est la marge de manœuvre politique, donc à la fin le choix démocratique lui-même qui est mis sous contrainte. Il s'agit donc de trouver un bon équilibre entre ces différents objectifs. Vous savez, je viens d'une région en Suisse, la République et canton de Neuchâtel, qui a élu son parlement cantonal en avril dernier. Ce parlement est désormais composé à 58% de femmes, et cela sans contrainte, sans quotas légaux, mais en s'appuyant notamment sur une politique volontariste de plusieurs partis politiques, dont le mien. Et l'Islande, qui vient d'élire son Parlement, un Parlement composé désormais à près de 48% de femmes, là aussi, sans quota légal, montre que cela est possible. C'est un travail de conviction et de promotion des femmes aux responsabilités. Cela fonctionne sans qu'il soit forcément besoin d'imposer des carcans législatifs trop rigides. La plupart des propositions du rapport sont inspirées de cet esprit volontaire, sans contrainte excessive, et nous soutenons cet esprit. Plusieurs amendements visent à accentuer cette volonté politique claire, mais avec la souplesse nécessaire, qui est à nos yeux plus efficace, et notre groupe les soutiendra. Il s'opposera par contre aux amendements, en particulier l'amendement 3 à l'alinéa 8.2, qui veulent imposer un carcan trop restrictif. C'est dans cet esprit libéral, positif et volontaire que le groupe ALDE traitera de ce rapport, avec nos remerciements à la rapporteure, Madame Nicole Trys.
Thank you, sir. Now I have in my list Mr. Kadirli on behalf of EC Group. Is he in the hemicycle or connected online? Okay. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a very important attempt to deal a very serious, to solve the very serious problem. From the legal perspective, there is no need for any other reason other than women are equal with men. Yet we all know that almost all countries have problems with this issue. Every country has its own peculiarity. In some countries, the problem is more cultural, in others more structural, in some others more economic, but most probably they're mixed. So the desire to solve this problem by putting forward this resolution is understandable. Yet what is worrisome is the very fact that this report seems to be based on the assumption that this problem could be solved by quota system. Quota system is aimed at numerical increase. It focuses on quantitative impact rather than qualitative aspect of a desired change. And here comes the first problematic issue. Which problem is greater, when one group is underrepresented or when it is represented by unqualified members or underqualified members? This is not a theoretical question. This used to be a very practical problem in the Soviet times, and I'm old enough to remember those times. In the Soviet Union, there were all types of quotas: age quotas, gender quotas, ethnic quotas, professional quotas, urban quotas, rural quotas. Every aspect of public life in the Soviet Union was either based on or shaped by some quota system. And it worked perfectly well, but it didn't work for good. It killed the motivation or incentive for genuine competition, both within the groups or among the groups. And it also only reinforced the stereotypes it aimed eliminating or fighting at. This report seems to disregard the differences in electoral systems, because in democracy, you cannot predict the results. In weak democracies, even if you can predict the result, in an authoritarian environment, for example, it's easier to put more women in the parliament. But more women in a weak parliament means more weak women, because it's not about personality, it's about functionality. If a system doesn't function properly well, then no matter who is represented there, it just doesn't reach the result. Speaking in terms of result, let us not forget that law cannot guarantee the result. Law can only guarantee equality of opportunities, not the equality of result. So let us just keep that in mind, because this report seems to be based on over-reliance on law, and this is wrong, I suppose.
Thank you, sir. Now we concluded the speakers of the groups. Indeed, the time is over, but to be fair, I will give some individual members. According to the list, the first speaker is Ms. Kostadinowska-Stoczewska, and members have 3 minutes. Please save time. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected colleagues, the need for the report that you have in front of you is of the utmost importance. Women's equal participation and leadership in political and public life are essential to achieving sustainable developmental goals by 2030. Even though the number of women running for elected office has increased over the last decade, still, women only add up to approximately 20% of the seats in parliament or government. Also, many of the political campaigns appear to focus on the aggressiveness of the female candidate, which is usually perceived as a masculine trait. Thus, sadly, female candidates are running in political campaigns based on gender-opposing candidates because that is where the prediction of success lies, it is supposed. According to Kira Stambonamatsu, it has been shown that female politicians are perceived as only being superior when it comes to handling several issues such as poverty, education and women's rights, whereas male politicians are perceived as better at dealing with the crime and foreign policy. However, data shows that still women are underrepresented at all levels of decision-making worldwide. As of September 1st, 2020, 26 women are serving as head of states and or government in 24 countries. Just 10 countries have a woman head of state and 13 countries have a woman head of government. Only 21% of government ministers were women and only 14 countries have achieved 50% women participation in government. Women in politics are more susceptible to hate speech, stereotyping, online abuse, threats, just because they are women who dared to go into politics. Women need more societal and institutional support. As the proposed report states, Our societies are composed of an equal number of men and women. Combining this reality with political representation and establishing parliamentary parity is a legitimate subject. Where there is a political will and where the impetus is given at the highest institutional level, parity can become the norm. I call upon all of the members of the Assembly to give support to this report, and I congratulate both Petra and Nicole of the great report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Sylvie Goychaven from France.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, dans ces résolutions et recommandations, notre Assemblée demande aux États membres de favoriser l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes et la participation de ces dernières à la vie civile et politique. C'est là un objectif essentiel et notre Assemblée se doit d'être exemplaire sur cette question. En 10 ans, la proportion de femmes à l'Assemblée a progressé pour atteindre 37%. En 2007, l'Assemblée avait fixé comme objectif aux parlements nationaux que leurs délégations comprennent un pourcentage de femmes au moins égal à celui que compte leur Parlement national, avec l'objectif d'atteindre 30%. Aujourd'hui, 22 délégations affichent un pourcentage de femmes supérieur ou égal à 40%, alors que 16 délégations parlementaires comprennent moins d'un tiers de femmes. Ces chiffres peuvent bien sûr être améliorés. Si on peut se féliciter que les parlements nationaux aient adopté des mesures pour favoriser la parité et la présence de femmes au sein des assemblées, la mise en place de quotas telle qu'elle nous est proposée ici ne me semble pas être la meilleure solution pour favoriser la participation des femmes. Prenons un contre-exemple parfait, celui de l'Islande. Lors du scrutin de la semaine dernière, 48% des députés élus sont des femmes, ce qui constitue un record en Europe, alors qu'aucun quota n'a été instauré dans ce pays. En revanche, il existe une véritable volonté politique des partis de faire participer davantage de femmes. Dans le cas de notre Assemblée, notre règlement prévoit déjà que les délégations nationales doivent comprendre un pourcentage de femmes au moins égal à celui que compte le Parlement national. Il ne me semble pas nécessaire d'ajouter une contrainte supplémentaire, et surtout pas si cela aboutit à une sanction en ne ratifiant pas les pouvoirs, car cette contrainte pèserait lourdement sur les petites délégations. Celles-ci seraient obligées de recruter des femmes qui n'ont pas forcément une très grande motivation, uniquement pour ratifier leur pouvoir. Il ne me semble pas que cela serve la cause des femmes. La compétence de ces femmes risquerait alors d'être très injustement remise en cause, comme dans nombre de cas de discrimination positive. Enfin, les délégations doivent être composées en tenant compte des groupes politiques représentés au sein du Parlement national. Cet élément est essentiel pour garantir le pluralisme de la représentation au sein de notre Assemblée. Si on ajoute une contrainte trop forte sur la représentation de genre, les petites délégations en particulier risquent d'être à nouveau en très grande difficulté. Le rapport de Madame Thyssen est très bon. Les intentions sont très bonnes, mais l'enfer est malheureusement pavé de bonnes intentions. Le principe des quotas me dérange, aussi je reste réservée sur ce projet de résolution.
Thank you for efficient timing. Now I invite Ms. Emine Nur Günay from Turkey. She is connected online, I think. Emine Hanım, please ask the floor again.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteur for his considerable effort in preparing this highly important and ambitious report. It presents concrete solutions for further promote gender balance in the Assembly with an aim to achieve a minimum of 40% representation within 4 years and ultimately parity of women and men in the Assembly. It is a significant step to move forward for us and for this Assembly on the path to ensure a gender balance. Considering the normative power of this organization, I believe that it is also encouraging for other organizations and national parliaments. So I congratulate the rapporteur and the Assembly, and I would like to say I welcome this report as the representative of the Turkish Parliament, where women members have been present since 1934, when the right to be elected for women has been accepted. Gender quotas are considered essential to achieve women's effective and active participation in the representative institutions and decision-making bodies. As stated in the report, the sharing of responsibilities in the political and public decision-making between women and men is an inherent element of any genuine democracy, and it responds to legitimate aspirations expressed in our societies for a long time. Therefore, quotas have grown considerably and became widely used to rectify imbalances in participation in national parliaments and other decision-making bodies. On the other hand, some consider it is a controversial measure and an implication that politicians are elected because of their gender, not because of their professional qualifications. We should be clear by underlining the fact that election is representation, is all about representation, not about professional or educational qualifications. Considering one gender as disqualified compared to another is also discrimination in nature. Quotas are working because it eliminates to some degree of direct discrimination and hidden barriers preventing women from getting their fair share of political life. Thus, it should be seen as compensation for the structural barriers and as an effective instrument to improve perceptions of women as politicians and leaders. To sum up, I would like to point out that a minimum threshold of 1/3 is not within reach. Despite some temporary difficulties, it is a realistic goal which can be achieved. However, we should be aware that this step cannot be considered sufficient because equal participation is about more than mere numbers. So I believe that we still have much work to do for achieving gender equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Günay. Now I give floor to two more speakers. We are much behind the time. Then after the two speakers, I will close the list. Now the floor is for Ms. Lezia Vasilenko from Ukraine.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, Madam Trees and Madam Bayer have presented us with an excellent report with a lot of data in it, but which actually takes our discussion way beyond regulating the work within the PACE. It is no secret that the PACE has long been looked up to by national parliaments as an assembly with good and effective practices which merit transpondence into national systems. Practices of equality and inclusivity of the decision-making process, for example. When we speak of gender quotas, it is not to give unmerited privilege to either sex, but to rectify the injustice that has occurred as history was allowed to freely run its course. Injustices which have led to a divide between women's jobs and men's professions and other such strange stereotypes. In this way, politics has long been stereotyped as a man's world. And this is more than just a stereotype, in fact, because the numbers in the report speak louder than words. Across the globe, 75 to 80% of members of parliament are men. For women to enter politics and get a seat at the decision-making table, it is not possible to simply open the door and walk in. Too many glass ceilings and too many glass walls need to be broken and shattered. The fight to get a seat at the table is followed by yet another fight to get a voice at that very table. These struggles drain the time and the energy from inclusive decision-making and strip societies of effective and implementable decisions. Quotas are a way to remedy this situation. The quotas are there to make sure that both men and women partake equally in decision-making affecting societies, which in turn are composed of both men and women. I actually believe that quotas are a temporary necessity until we learn to self-regulate and have a fair and just representation in our legislatures and other top-level decision-making bodies. But until that day comes, there must be rules. And quotas are just such rules. Rules which have proven effective in so many countries in this assembly, including Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have adopted a new election legislation which introduced equality quotas to the formation of party lists. This new principle has been applied in the 2020 local election, and as a result, 11% more women have entered local councils in big cities. There is confidence that these same rules of equality shall also ensure a more equal and gender representation in the next parliament and in the next election. I am certain that many members of this assembly can share similar positive experiences with equality quotas. With this in mind, I hope that today in this House we show support for the report and resolution, and that we keep the gender equality discussion high on the priority list of this Assembly's agenda. Thank you.
Thanks. Now the last speaker is Mr. John Howell from the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have to say to the rapporteur that I have several concerns about this report. Before coming to speak here, I took the view of a number of female colleagues about the issue. And many of the things that are being proposed for women, they were concerned about. Because what we need to do is to avoid the suggestion that women cannot compete with men in their own right. Of course they can, and I encourage them to do that. And an example of that, which is not being proposed for this Assembly, is all-women shortlists for candidature. I'm glad that that isn't being proposed for this Assembly, because I fundamentally feel that that undermines the position of women. Targets 2, according to my view of things, fall into this group. Of the UK full representatives here, a third are already women. And we have a large number, of course, who could go on to join us here in this group. It does seem to me slightly old-fashioned that we have chosen 2 targets of male and female to have this report on, when we live in a much more dynamic world where there are LGBT people, where there are ethnic people who also, if the idea of this report is to be followed, also need targets. And then we get into a horrendous situation that I wouldn't like to participate in. And in the 2019 general election in the UK, there were 220 women elected to the British Parliament. That makes up 34% of the House of Commons. My party has already had 2 women prime ministers. It has a head of state in Her Majesty the Queen, who is also a woman. So I remain unconvinced as to why we need to go against what our natural parliaments are doing. Sure, we need to change the culture. We need to stop the bullying. We need to stop the harassment. All of these things are good things that we should be doing. But we already have a situation where 54% of our civil servants are women. And something like a third of all our judges, too, are women. And of the candidates that there were to Parliament, 34% were women. So I think in this situation we have come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. But in this case, I think the situation is far more complex than this report goes in for.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Now, as I said, I must interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present here or remotely during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given the table office for publication in the official report, provided that speakers connected remotely can report their actual presence when the debate is closed. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. Now I call Ms. Therese, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate if she wishes so in 3 minutes or less.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. D'abord, je tenais à remercier toutes les personnes qui m'ont soutenu, qui ont soutenu Petra et qui approuvent ce rapport. Et puis, je voudrais m'adresser à ceux qui parlent de quotas. Alors, j'ai entendu parler de quotas comme dans l'ère de l'Union soviétique. On n'est pas en train de faire des quotas par catégorie socio-professionnelle, par je ne sais quoi. Le seul quota qui vaille ici, c'est de dire qu'il faut des hommes et des femmes, et de préférence pas une femme pour 30 hommes. Voilà, tout simplement. Donc, à un moment donné, il faut qu'il y ait à minima un équilibre, ou en tout cas un déséquilibre qui soit atténué. Par ailleurs, concernant les quotas toujours, je vous rappelle, pour exemple, que de nombreux pays ont mis des quotas dans leurs parlements nationaux pour justement faire monter des femmes en politique, par exemple. Je pourrais vous citer le Burkina Faso, les Philippines, l'Ouganda, la Belgique, la Bosnie, la Slovénie, le Népal. Ce sont des pays, j'ai exprès pris là, pour vous dire que ce n'est pas uniquement des pays soi-disant riches qui ont intellectuellement eu le temps d'y réfléchir, etc., etc. C'est du n'importe quoi. Je considère que le quota est nécessaire et c'est comme ça qu'on a pu faire monter des femmes dans les différents parlements nationaux. Enfin, je ne pense pas que c'est parce que j'ai bénéficié de la loi Copé-Zimmermann, entre autres en France, qui date de 2011, et d'autres mesures, que je me suis retrouvée parlementaire. Je dis ça à ma collègue française. Je ne pense pas que je suis un second couteau. Je pense que je fais mon boulot comme tout le monde, y compris comme les hommes. Et à ce propos, j'ai eu d'ailleurs l'honneur d'interroger Mme Merkel sur son parcours politique et sur comment, selon elle, il fallait briser ce fameux plafond de verre qu'ont les femmes, parce qu'elles se posent la question de savoir si elles sont compétentes avant d'y aller, c'est bien le problème, mais c'est ça pourrait être le sujet d'un autre rapport. Sa réponse était claire. Elle disait qu'il fallait des quotas dans les plus hautes sphères pour justement donner cette impulsion politique à tout le monde. Voilà. Et puis je terminerai par une phrase, un petit clin d'œil peut-être, un peu cynique, excusez-moi, de Françoise Giraud, qui a dit en 1983, encore une Française, elle disait « La femme sera vraiment l'égale de l'homme le jour où, à un poste important, on désignera une femme incompétente. » Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Now, does the chairperson of the committee wish to speak? If so, 3 minutes.
President, thank you. And dear colleagues, and first of all, let me warmly thank our rapporteur, Nicole Trees, and her secretariat for the work in preparing this report. I shall underline and praise her approach. This was not an easy task, not at all. She has worked in a collegial manner, aiming at reaching consensus, and this is the best way to achieve progress. Indeed, the issue is not as consensual as one might wish. It demonstrates that progress still needs to be made, both in the political culture and in the political realities, I think. With this report, President, the Assembly will further promote gender balance by amending the rules of procedure. The ultimate goal being parity of women and men in the Assembly. The rapporteur, and with her the Committee on Rules of Procedure, wisely suggested adopting a step-by-step approach. The rapporteur has rightly underlined the important role to be played by political groups in reaching those goals. They have been fully included by our rapporteur in her discussions on the proposals put forward in the report. And I'm confident that, being well aware of their responsibility in improving gender representation in the Assembly, they will play their role. We can already observe the progress made in the last 10 years. During those years, President, the proportion of women in the Parliamentary Assembly has increased to 37%. 37%. This is the clear reflection of effective, proactive electoral legislation. Only through proactive measures have states' national parliaments been able to increase the entry of women into parliament. Yet we can and we will do more. The report by Madame Therese and the draft resolution presented by the Rules Committee President will pave the way for further progress. And on behalf of the committee, I invite you to support the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we close the debate. Now we move to the consideration of amendments. The Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs has presented a draft resolution to which 16 amendments and 10 sub-amendments have been tabled. The amendments will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 1 minute. I ask parliamentarians participating remotely to ask for the floor only when they have to support their own amendment or wish to speak against an amendment. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 14, 16 and 11 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Amendments 13, 8 and 9 were also approved unanimously by the committee, but having been subject to written sub-amendments, they will be considered using the usual procedure. Is that so? Can you confirm this information, Ms. Shaw?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare that amendments 14, 16, and 11 to the draft resolution have been agreed. Thank you. Now we move to the amendments now in order. I call Ms. Therese to support Amendment 13 in 1 minute. Ms. Therese is here.
Oui, c'était pour dire qu'effectivement, on expliquait en fait comment on allait mettre ces fameux quotas d'une part, mais d'autre part aussi qu'il y avait ce critère du nombre de femmes dans chaque Parlement national et on prenait le critère le plus favorable. Ce que je vous dis là, c'est quelque chose qui était un accord tacite déjà dans l'ancien règlement, donc je remets là dans un amendement pour que ce soit clair. On a les deux possibilités avec le fait de faire un critère favorable selon le cas.
Yes, what is the position of the committee, Mr. Shaw?
President, the committee unanimously in favor.
Okay. Now, I ask Ms. Shaw, on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs, to support Sub-Amendment 1 in 1 minute. You have 1 minute. Sub-Amendment 1.
Yes, thank you. And the sub-amendment in Amendment 13 replaced the second sentence in inverted comma with the following sentence. As long as women are underrepresented in the Parliamentary Assembly, each national delegation shall include women and as members at least in the same percentage as in its parliaments or if this is more favorable to the representation of women and ensure gender representation as follows. That's the text. And I can also say that this sub-amendment 1 was the committee unanimously in favor.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment 1? Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous pensons que ce sous-amendement n'est pas assez clair et crée une difficulté supplémentaire pour les petites délégations de 2 titulaires. Donc nous souhaiterions plutôt que ce sous-amendement ne soit pas voté et que vous votiez plutôt le sous-amendement 2 qui dit clairement que cette volonté dans ce règlement ne serait applicable que pour les délégations de 6 membres ou plus. Et donc d'enlever les petites délégations de ce cadre-là.
Okay, so what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment? Who is from mover of the main amendment here?
Mr. Becht, but he's not here. Ms. Streis.
Ms. Streis, please.
Alors, je comprends ce que dit notre collègue. Je me demandais si on ne pouvait pas, dans ce cas-là, rajouter la phrase qu'elle souhaite dans le sous-amendement que nous avions voté à l'unanimité. Je ne sais pas si c'est possible, donc je pose la question à la Commission, à savoir simplement dire que c'est à partir des délégations de 6 personnes, mais je ne sais pas si c'est faisable. De toute façon, pour le rapport, j'avais déjà noté que pour les petites délégations, il y a effectivement cet aparté.
As the committee?
This was not debated in the committee. So either you vote in favor or you vote against. So that's the issue of this sub-amendment. And this sub-amendment was, the committee was unanimously in favor.
So the committee is obviously in favor. Now I think we shall now put this amendment to the vote. Please vote. Now the vote is closed, and the results should be displayed.
So the sub-amendment is accepted.
Yeah, certainly it is accepted by 60 in favor, 30 against, 16 abstention. So the sub-amendment 1 is adopted. So what about sub-amendment 2 and 3? They fall, so
Turn page.
turn page, okay.
We go to 14.
Where is 14?
Page 15.
Okay. Okay, now may I call Ms. Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination to support Amendment 1 in 1 minute.
No,
I think first we have to vote on Amendment 13.
Sorry, yeah, after some. Now, the main amendment as amended should be dealt with. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? I think nobody, no objection. The position of the committee is...
Amendment 13, the committee was unanimously in favor.
Okay, then I shall now put the amendment 13 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. Closed.
You can close the vote.
Okay, now I close the vote and display the results, please. So with these results, numbers, certainly the amendment 13 is agreed. Thank you. Now I call Ms. Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination to support Amendment 1. You have 1 minute.
I think that falls because we just adopted Amendment 13.
So it falls. Sorry. Despina? It falls, huh?
Sorry.
So it is first, okay. Where are we?
No. This is amendment number 1 falls. You have to say that.
Yes, then amendment number 1 falls. Then we should ask Ms. Fresco to.
Yeah, we go to amendment 3.
Amendment 3, where is it? Bayer is right. Now may I call Ms. Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination to support Amendment 2.
Yeah, now I will. Amendment 2 is to avoid the wording underrepresented sex because it is not very helpful, and we suggest that the Rules Committee has decided that we should aim on a 1/3 women in the widest possible range of function of the Assembly, and so we suggest with that wording that there should be 1/3 women at least, 1/3 men at least, and the rest can be composed as ever, but it will be sub-amended shortly.
Yeah, that's why I call Ms. Shaw on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs to support sub-amendment.
The sub-amendment to A2 approved by a large majority in the committee.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? No. So what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment? Ms. Mayor, you're in favor, okay. So the
I also can support the sub-amendment 1 to amendment 2.
I think the committee is obviously supportive of the sub-amendment. Now, first, I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Close the vote.
Yes, I close the vote. Please display the results. Yes, it is certainly, sub-amendment is certainly agreed. Now we deal with the amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? So the position of the committee on the amendment?
The committee amendment 2 approved by a large majority.
Thank you. Now I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. It is open.
Close the vote.
Yes, the vote is closed. Please display the results. So it is amendment 2 as amended is agreed by huge majority. Thank you very much. Now we come to amendment 3. I call Ms. Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Equality, Non-Discrimination to support amendment 3.
Yes, here we thought that it is simply a matter of fact who is man, who is women, and so that there is no need to make the circle into the Rules Committee. It was adopted at the Equality Committee with a great majority, but in sake of consent, I will not insist on this amendment 3.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against?
Mr. Gauthier. Mr. Gauthier.
Mr. Gauthier, please.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, la présidente de la Commission de l'égalité a dit qu'elle ne voulait pas insister. Je ne sais pas si elle le retire. Si ce n'est pas le cas, je le combats, parce qu'il s'agit d'une question d'automatisme qui est véritablement problématique en termes de sanctions. Il n'y a plus de décision politique, il y a un automatisme, et finalement, on traite moins bien des délégations qui n'auraient pas le bon nombre de femmes ou d'hommes que des délégations qui représentent des États qui auraient commis des choses illicites du point de vue du droit international. Donc c'est véritablement très problématique d'avoir cet automatisme, et moi je combats cet amendement et je vous demande vraiment de ne pas le soutenir.
But procedurally, she cannot withdraw it. It is tabled by the committee. Then I should ask the position of the committee.
The amendment 3 was rejected in the committee.
Now, in that case, I should put it to the amendment to the vote. Please, vote is open. The vote is closed. Please display the results. So with these results, 38 in favor, 58 against, 18 abstention. The amendment is rejected. Now we are on Amendment 4. I understand that Ms. Bayer wishes to move on an oral amendment as follows. In the paragraph 8.3 of the draft resolution, replace the words candidates of the underrepresented sex with the words candidates who are women. I remind the Assembly of Rule 34.7, which enables the President to accept an oral amendment or sub-amendment on the grounds of promoting clarity, accuracy, or conciliation if there is not opposition from 10 or more members to it being debated. What is the view of the committee?
Which committee?
Which committee? Also, the rules or the quality?
Rules committee.
The rules committee, and we are talking about the oral amendment for coherence. Yes, this oral amendment was approved by a large majority in the committee. Thank you.
In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7. So, is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? Is there any opposition, objection? So, there is no objection, opposition. I therefore call Ms. Bayer to support oral amendment number 1.
Yeah, just to clarify, Amendment 4 has the goal, again, to smoothen language and avoid the unhelpful wording underrepresented sex, and we are totally fine, I'm totally fine with the sub-amendment on this amendment.
Okay, does anyone speak against the oral amendment? So there is no objection. I understand that the committee has adopted the oral amendment. Now I put the oral amendment to the vote. Vote is open.
You can close the vote, please.
The vote is closed. Results, please. Okay, so the oral amendment is agreed with these results. Now we come to the main amendment, Amendment 4. I call Ms. Bayer to support Amendment 4 in 1 minute.
Yes, it is simply, as I already said, to smoothen the language, and with the adoption of the subcommittee, we have a wording that is now the same wording in the whole resolution and makes a clear language and a clear statement.
Thank you. With that, I call Mr. Shaw on behalf of the Committee on Rules and Procedures.
Amendment 4 is approved in the committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? If not, what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment? You, Ms. Bayer.
Fine with it.
Okay, the committee is obviously supportive of the sub-amendment. Now, I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. Vote is open. As the vote is closed, may I ask the results to be displayed? Yes, with this number, the results, the sub-amendment is agreed. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? So if not so, what is the opinion of the committee?
The Rules Committee, it was approved in the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much. I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. Yes, the vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Waiting for the voting results. Okay. Amendment 4, as amended, is agreed. Now we are on amendment number 5. I call Ms. Bayer to support amendment 5.
Thank you very much. Amendment 5 also asks political groups to include at least 1/3 men and 1/3 women in their committees, ad hoc committees. I think we think that if the gender balance is respected from the very beginning, even if there are changes in the course of time, at the end we will have better results.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against? Mr. Mayor?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je pense que cet amendement est en fait à la fois plus contraignant et moins ambitieux que l'article initial, puisque la rédaction initiale fixe comme objectif la parité, alors que celui-ci fixe comme objectif 1/3. Mais sachant les difficultés de trouver un équilibre entre effectivement les volontaires, les groupes, les thématiques des commissions, le fait, je dirais, d'inciter à une forte concertation en vue de la parité me semble beaucoup plus opérationnel que d'établir un principe d'1/3 qui, de toute façon, ne sera que difficilement opposable en fonction de ce que seront la réalité de la composition des groupes, qui ne sont pas maîtrisés par les groupes, mais qui sont maîtrisés par les délégations nationales.
Now I should ask the position of the committee.
Amendment 5, President, approved by a large majority.
Then I should now put the amendment to the vote. Vote is open. Yes, the vote is closed. Please display the results. So, with these results, Amendment 5 is agreed, I think. Yes. Is agreed, although with a small margin. Thank you. Now we are on Amendment number 6. I call Ms. Bayer to support the Amendment 6 in 1 minute.
Yeah, this amendment was adopted unanimously at the Equality Committee, and we know that as soon as national delegations will bring more women, then also political groups will have more women, and this is that also then political groups undertake stronger measures to bring gender equality to all committees and all at the Assembly in general.
So Anybody against? Yes, sir. Mr. Cotier.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je l'avais dit dans le débat d'introduction au nom du groupe ALDE, nous nous opposons en fait aux amendements qui rendent les règles trop complexes et qui rendent le fonctionnement de notre Assemblée par là même compliqué. On ajoute toujours des règles aux règles et ça devient au fond compliqué à gérer. Et nous pensons qu'il faut une règle simple dans ce domaine-là. C'est déjà un objectif à saluer et relativement contraignant qui est fixé dans le texte proposé par la rapporteure dans la résolution. Donc ajouter des couches de complications ne nous semble pas une bonne idée ici. Et finalement, cette règle du 1/3 est gérable par les groupes et il s'agit de ne pas encore rajouter des éléments supplémentaires. Nous proposons de ne pas accepter cet amendement.
Thank you, sir. What is the position of the committee?
President, Amendment 6 was approved in the committee.
Yes. Now, in that case, we should now put the amendment to the vote. Voting is open. Yes, the vote is closed. I invite to display the results. Oh. Now, okay, you see that it is tight. Support and against is tight. 11 abstentions.
It is rejected.
So it means it is rejected. At least not accepted. Okay. Now we move to Amendment 7. First, we should deal with the amendment. Yes, I call Ms. Bayer to support Amendment 7 in 5 minutes.
Yes, it's exactly the same to avoid the term underrepresented sex. And with that amendment, any combination of 1/3 women and 1/3 men would be possible. The rest is free. And with the sub-amendment, we focus on the 1/3 women only. And I also can say now that I'm also fine with the sub-amendment.
I think there is a sub-amendment, yeah. I call Ms. Shaw on behalf of the Committee on Rules to support the sub-amendment.
Yes, thank you. The sub-amendment to Amendment 7 unanimously approved in the committee.
Yes. Anyone against the sub-amendment? No, not in online also, yes. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment?
In favor.
Exactly.
It's fine.
In favor, exactly. So the committee is obviously in favor of the sub-amendment. We should now put the sub-amendment to the vote. Voting is open on sub-amendment. Yeah, the vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. So, the sub-amendment is agreed. Now we come to the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? No. And what is the opinion of the committee, position of the committee?
Approved by a large majority, President.
Now I put the amendment as amendment to the vote. The vote is open. So we are voting on amendment 7 as amended, yeah.
You can close the vote.
Yeah, vote is closed. The results, please. Yeah, with these numbers, results, the amendment 7 as amended is agreed. Now we come to amendment 15 with sub-amendment. So first on the main amendment should be moved. I call Mr. Mayor to support amendment 15 in 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons donc ici une situation un peu particulière qui est celle des commissions chargées de l'observation des élections, dont nous pensons qu'il faille avoir une formulation qui soit effectivement différente, dans la mesure où ce sont des commissions qui nécessitent une disponibilité physique à un moment donné T, qu'il y a bien souvent des situations dans lesquelles nous avons du mal à trouver des candidats et que si on se réfère effectivement à l'expérience passée, on se rend compte que la répartition homme-femme n'est pas du tout proportionnelle, mais suit des logiques qui sont absolument imprévisibles. Donc, mettre cette règle-là aurait comme conséquence, très probablement, pour ces seules commissions ad hoc, d'impacter la capacité de mobiliser des observateurs parlementaires en nombre différent. C'est pour ça que nous proposons une exception pour ces seules commissions ad hoc.
Thank you. Now we come to sub-amendment. I call Mr. Shah on behalf of the Committee on Rules to support the sub-amendment.
And the sub-amendment to Amendment 15 was approved in the committee.
Thank you. Is anybody against the sub-amendment? If there is not, what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment? Mover of the main amendment?
Ce sous-amendement, il s'agit de remplacer 33% par un tiers, donc ça ne règle absolument pas le problème. Nous, ce que nous souhaitons, c'est effectivement que les commissions d'observation des élections soient, je dirais, gérées de façon pragmatique à cause des difficultés que j'ai mentionnées, donc opposé au sous-amendement, si j'ai bien compris.
So, the committee, I think, is in favor of the sub-amendment. So, with these deliberations, I should put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. So, the vote is closed. May I ask the results? Okay, with this result, sub-amendment is agreed. Now returning to the main amendment, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? There is no. What is the position of the committee?
15 approved by a large majority in the committee.
In that case, I put the amendment as amended to the vote. Voting is open. Yeah, the voting is closed. The results, please. So, the amendment 15 as amended is agreed to. So in that case, amendment 8 falls, right? Now we move to so we should move to amendment 9, I think, with sub-amendment. It was approved unanimously by the committee. First, we should move the amendment, main amendment. I call Ms. Bayer to support amendment 9.
It's once more the goal to avoid the framing underrepresented sex, and we will be fine with the sub-amendment as well.
Yeah, okay. And now I call Ms. Shaw to support the sub-amendment.
The sub-amendment to Amendment 9 was unanimously approved in the committee.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against? Nobody. And then we know Ms. Bayer supports, and I don't ask again. The committee is obviously supportive of the sub-amendment. Now I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. Vote is open. Should we close? Okay. Now I close the vote and invite the results to be displayed. So with 73 in favor, 22 against, the sub-amendment is agreed. Now returning to the main amendment, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? I see nobody. What is the position of the committee?
President, Amendment 9, the committee was unanimously approved to this amendment.
Unanimously, okay. Now I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. Voting is open. So the vote is closed. Please display the results. Okay, with these results, Amendment 9 as amendment is agreed to. Now we come to Amendment 10. I call Ms. Bayer to support the Amendment 10 in 5
Thank you very much. Yes, this is simply supportive for the work of the Assembly to create a women-friendly environment, to have annually reports about the implementation and to publish these reports. And it is simply to increase transparency and accountability in this field of gender equality.
Anybody wants to speak against? Here online, I think no. What is the position of the committee?
President, Amendment 10 approved by a large majority.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. Voting is open.
There is somebody who wants to speak.
Where? I didn't see it. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Not in the middle of the vote.
Okay, please continue voting. So voting is valid. Continue, please. Really?
You can close the vote.
So we can close the vote. Vote is okay. Okay. The voting is closed. Can we display the results? If the voting was smooth. Okay, with these numbers, 71 in favor, 27 against. Amendment 10 is agreed to. Now on Amendment 11. Yeah, it is already done. We declared at the beginning it was declared adopted. What about amendment number 12? Now I call Ms. Bayer.
Yes, that's again just to ensure consistent wording throughout the whole text. It just changes language.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wants to speak against? Any member? I see no objection, no against. What is the position of the committee?
President, Amendment 12 approved by a large majority.
Thank you. Now I put the Amendment 12 to the vote. Voting is open.
You can close the vote.
Okay, the voting is closed. Please, results. Okay, with these results, Amendment 12 is agreed to by huge majority. Okay, now we come to draft resolution. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15366 as amended. A simple majority is required to adopt. The vote in the hemicycle and the via remote voting is now open. Please cast your votes.
Leave it open. You can close the vote.
Okay, I close the vote now. I ask the results to be displayed. Thank you. With these results, 77 in favor, 16 against, 21 abstention. The draft resolution in document 15366 as amended is adopted. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, before leaving, thanks for cooperation of everybody. May I remind everybody that you are invited to the Turkish concert and reception. It was scheduled at 7:45, but we may postpone it to 8 for you to come.
Thank you.
You are invited. You will be honor us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have once again the very unpleasant duty to chair the meeting at the last moment of the day. That was the same yesterday, and we were left very little time yesterday, like now also. That means that let's try to be swift and quick in terms of both speeches and in terms of conducting the meeting. That's actually my responsibility to do that way. The item we are now discussing, and we principally have half an hour, maybe 5 minutes can be extra time, but that's roughly the way we are now running it. We have the item, it's very, very actually important, strengthening the fight against so-called honor crimes. And we have made a report on that one, which will be presented by Mrs. Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. And I will actually immediately ask her to make the presentation. Rapporteur has 7 minutes as usually, and 3 minutes at the end to react. And then we have always a committee chair also reacting, and the speakers list is quite overwhelming. Unfortunately, I already now know that we cannot go through them all. That's unfortunately the case. But now let's move quickly and let's have a situation show that there are quite many noises in the hall now. If you have individual discussions, please, you have the right for that one, but not in the hall. You should go to outside. Please, 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 let's concentrate on the meeting. You have the group meetings here now going on in the middle. Yes, I'm meaning you, exactly. Thanks. And now, Beatrice, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chers collègues, les chercheurs réfutent l'utilisation du terme « honneur » pour qualifier ces crimes en ce qu'il n'y a rien d'honorable à les commettre. M. Kofi Annan, alors secrétaire général des Nations Unies, les qualifiait de crimes honteux. Nous sommes, j'en ai la certitude, nombreux à partager cet avis. Néanmoins, j'ai souhaité travailler sur les crimes liés au prétendu honneur pour convaincre ceux qui ne sont pas sensibles à cette problématique et les convaincre d'agir afin d'éviter que des vies ne soient encore et encore brisées. J'ai eu l'opportunité de recevoir de nombreux témoignages de personnes le plus souvent résignées devant leur avenir. De la femme brisée car elle n'acceptait pas l'époux qui lui était désigné, à l'homme homosexuel harcelé car il n'est pas conforme aux valeurs particulières, sans oublier la personne transgenre qui a dû fuir son pays pour, in fine, protéger sa famille. Voilà ce que je vous expose ce soir. Comment rester insensible aux appels de détresse de ces hommes et femmes qui devraient pouvoir vivre leur vie telle qu'ils l'auraient choisie? J'aimerais que vous imaginiez l'horreur de vivre sous la menace de représailles. Oui, imaginez-vous enfant, adolescent, jeune ou moins jeune, un fusil sur la tempe, à craindre tous les jours qu'un de vos actes puisse être considéré comme allant à l'encontre des normes fixées par votre famille ou la communauté auquel vous appartenez, vos proches. C'est malheureusement la triste réalité pour de nombreux garçons, filles, femmes, hommes. Cette prison, c'est avant tout une atteinte à la construction personnelle de tout individu. Elle altère son bien-être durant toute son enfance. Il n'est pas libre. Sa vie est dictée par la terreur de ne pas être à la hauteur des attentes de sa famille. Cette menace est une atteinte à la liberté de pouvoir choisir une identité de genre, une orientation sexuelle, un style ou un choix de vie, mais encore son partenaire de vie. Il me semble que nous défendons tous ici, au sein de cette Assemblée, cette liberté. Les conséquences varient. Séquestration, enlèvement, torture, mutilation, mariage forcé, brûlure, suicide forcé, et cela jusqu'au meurtre. Ce rapport, chers collègues, c'est tout d'abord un constat. Nous avons encore beaucoup à faire. 5 000 victimes de cris dits d'honneur dans le monde chaque année. 5 000 victimes parce que des gens pensent encore que l'honneur et le prestige d'un homme, de sa famille ou de sa communauté seraient intrinsèquement liés à la conduite ou à l'inconduite présumée de la victime. L'accent est encore et toujours mis sur le comportement de la victime et non pas sur le caractère violent et inacceptable de l'acte. Les victimes sont majoritairement des femmes, vivant sous le joug d'attitudes patriarcales, subissant la domination des hommes en vue de restreindre leur autonomie. Leur sort est souvent scellé dès leur naissance. Ce sont des survivantes, lorsqu'elles arrivent à échapper au système mis en place par leur famille. Madame Zanguera, qui est une femme militante, a livré son histoire. À 13 ans, on lui montre la photo de son futur mari. Elle est enfermée à clé en attendant son mariage. À 16 ans, elle réussit à s'échapper. Sa sœur, elle, malheureuse dans ce mariage forcé, se suicidera. Madame Zanguera nous a parlé de cet honneur familial dans lequel elle était enfermée. Cet honneur qui ne voulait pas qu'elle puisse s'intégrer à la société. Je crois que les propos de M. Nazir Afzal, ancien procureur en chef de la Couronne, trouvent ici leur juste place. Si nous nous attaquons à la masculinité et au patriarcat, nous réduirons l'incidence des crimes dits d'honneur et des meurtres. J'ai aussi souhaité mettre l'accent sur les personnes LGBTI. La non-acceptation de leur orientation sexuelle ou de leur identité de genre par leur famille en font trop souvent des cibles. Cibles faciles dans certains pays très conservateurs où les crimes contre les hommes homosexuels et bisexuels sont encouragés. Ils sont cautionnés dans les discours publics de dirigeants. Le rapport que M. De Bruyne avait établi pour le Conseil de l'Europe, Persécution des personnes LGBTI en République tchétchène, soulignait « Être LGBTI signifie aller à l'encontre de la soi-disant société traditionnelle où un couple est composé d'une femme et d'un homme, amenant cette personne à être rejetée par sa famille et vivre dans la crainte. » Dans d'autres pays, les auteurs ne sont tout simplement pas poursuivis. Ce rapport, c'est aussi celui des ONG qui font un travail exceptionnel pour défendre les personnes LGBTI sur le terrain. Leur constat est alarmant, glaçant de vérité. Passage à tabac, mariage forcé pour cacher son homosexualité, crime. Même ces ONG ne peuvent pas travailler sereinement, elles doivent se rendre invisibles pour pouvoir survivre. Chers collègues, la Convention d'Istanbul affirme clairement que la coutume, la tradition, la culture, la religion ou le prétendu honneur ne sauraient être présentés comme des justifications de la violence. Pour cela, il faut absolument abroger dans les codes pénaux toute circonstance atténuante ou toute justification de crime qui pourrait être liée à la défense du prétendu honneur. Au contraire, elle doit être une circonstance aggravante, car ces actes violents ne font pas suite à un coup de colère. Ces actes violents sont froidement prémédités par un collectif familial ou communautaire, une bande organisée, implacable, dénuée de toute empathie. Il nous faut envoyer un message ferme en nous assurant que les auteurs soient poursuivis et exécutent bien leur peine, sans omettre de sanctionner fermement tout discours, qu'il soit dans la sphère privée ou publique, qui inciterait à la violence au nom d'un prétendu honneur. Faisons de la prévention avec des actions de sensibilisation de grande ampleur et des formations des personnels de police et des services sociaux pour qu'ils puissent prendre des mesures adéquates. Ouvrons les portes des refuges et offrons à ces personnes en danger une chance de se reconstruire et de redémarrer. Comme dans toute politique de prévention, il nous faut des données fiables sur lesquelles nous baser. Or, ces crimes sont bien souvent assimilés à de la violence domestique, bien qu'ils soient différents et ont besoin de moyens de prévention adaptés. Ce qui m'amène à suggérer que les plans d'action visant à prévenir et à lutter contre la violence à l'égard des femmes, la violence domestique et la violence à l'égard des personnes LGBTI devront inclure une partie dédiée aux violences fondées sur le prétendu honneur avec un financement adéquat. Chers collègues, je vous demande votre soutien pour ce rapport qui défend la liberté de choisir sa vie.
Thanks very much, Beatrice. And straight away we move to the speakers list. And as the normal habit here, we start with the political groups. The first one is Socialist and Greens Group. Margaret Beyer from Netherlands, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the group of Social Democrats and Greens, I thank the rapporteur for this important report. The Council of Europe has a long tradition of fighting against violence against women and domestic violence, including honor crimes, with the 214 Istanbul Convention as an important cornerstone. As mentioned in the report, the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in an increase in gender-based violence, including acts aimed at upholding honor. In this context, a reaffirmation of the commitments made in the Istanbul Convention is needed, and thanks to the rapporteur for making this a central point in the resolution. The report and the resolution do much more than strengthen previous commitments. The report provides us with a comprehensive overview of the problem of so-called honor crimes, indicates data gaps, reiterates the foundational belief that customs, tradition, culture, religion, or so-called honor cannot be put forward as justification for violence, and provides member states with clear guidelines on how to combat so-called honor crimes and the underlying system of oppression. The combat against so-called honor crimes is a combat against the idea that others, like family members, husbands, or your community, have something to say about the choice of relationships and the sexuality of an individual. I want to stress that this idea is not only connected with so-called honor, but can also be found in using so-called family values to limit individuals to make free choices regarding their relationships and sexuality. On behalf of our group, I want to draw specific attention to the honor crimes committed towards homosexuals, bisexuals, transgender, and any other member of the LGBTI community. As noted in the report, there are certain manifestations of honor crimes specific to this community, such as conversion therapies and forced marriages. This makes the explicit inclusion of LGBTI people in the resolution especially necessary, and we fully subscribe to this approach. The SOC Group is convinced that this resolution will be an important step in the struggle against so-called honor crimes. These increased efforts come with increased responsibility. We urge member states to be alert on and act against any incorrect, discriminating and stigmatizing frame against one minority culture or religion as the main perpetrators of honor crimes. We must reject discriminating rhetoric, perspective and acts, and instead channel our efforts to effectively combat the violence at stake. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret. And the next one is EPP Group and Marie-Christine Dallos. S'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, Madame la rapporteure, le rapport que vous présentez sur la lutte contre les crimes dits d'honneur traite d'un sujet douloureux, mal évalué du fait de l'absence de statistiques officielles. Ces crimes, la plupart du temps perpétrés dans le cadre familial, se caractérisent par la volonté de faire respecter un soi-disant code d'honneur. Il s'agit de meurtres, de séquestration, d'enlèvement, torture, mutilation, suicide forcé, mariage forcé ou de thérapie de conversion. Votre rapport mentionne une estimation de plusieurs centaines de victimes par an en Europe. La gravité et l'ampleur du phénomène ne sont pas acceptables. Avec la Convention d'Istanbul, le Conseil de l'Europe s'est doté d'un instrument important pour la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes, qui sont effectivement les principales victimes des crimes dits d'honneur, je dirais des crimes d'horreur. Les rédacteurs de la Convention d'Istanbul ont aussi plus particulièrement souhaité mettre fin aux réductions de peine pour les crimes dits d'honneur. À ce sujet, l'article 42 de la Convention indique très clairement que dans les procédures pénales, la culture, la coutume, la religion, la tradition ou le prétendu honneur ne doivent pas être considérés comme justifiant ces crimes. Comme vous l'indiquez dans votre rapport, l'arsenal juridique existe au niveau international, mais sa retranscription en droit national n'est pas encore assurée partout. Autre difficulté, l'examen des décisions de justice par le groupe d'experts du Conseil de l'Europe sur l'action contre la violence à l'égard des femmes fait apparaître que des circonstances atténuantes continuent à être invoquées dans les tribunaux de certains États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. Il est donc important de continuer à exercer une grande vigilance sur les cadres juridiques nationaux. Mais il est surtout urgent d'assurer la protection des victimes effectives ou potentielles, de leur apporter un soutien en créant un nombre suffisant d'hébergements répartis en fonction des besoins sur l'ensemble du territoire pour leur permettre de se cacher ou d'être protégés de leurs agresseurs, et en mettant en place des programmes de soutien de longue durée pour leur permettre de se reconstruire physiquement et psychologiquement. Il convient aussi de développer la formation des policiers et des magistrats à la complexité des crimes dits d'honneur. Madame la rapporteure, pour conclure, et au nom du groupe PPE, je vous remercie pour le travail que vous avez effectué qui paraît nécessaire. Je voterai bien évidemment la résolution que vous nous proposez.
Thank you very much. And the next one is the ALDE Group and Lesia Vasilenko.
Thank you, President. And on behalf of the ALDE Group, I thank the rapporteur who has tackled a truly disturbing and absolutely unacceptable phenomenon. Honor crimes, perpetrated by those close to the victim, premeditated and organized mostly by men who seek revenge for their hurt honor. Honor crimes, those which allow claims of hurt feelings and disappointment to be mitigating circumstances in courts which consider cases of martial rape, beatings, and even murder. Now, as I read through these criteria, yet another type of honor crimes came to mind. This time, where the perpetrators are not individuals, but whole organizations of individuals. This new phenomenon, which is picking up across Europe, has many names. Masculine Foundation in Poland, Male State in Russia, Fathers for Justice in the UK, and Father Has a Right in Ukraine, to name but a few. The rise of the masculist groups brings with it the dissemination of hate speech against women, organized threats, psychological and physical attacks on ex-wives, and kidnapping of children. In my experience of working with victims of such so-called civil society organizations, I have witnessed cases where women were forced to run from their hometowns and seek asylum in foreign countries because the abuse from their ex-husbands was intolerable, and also because courts and the police proved absolutely useless in providing protection in quite blatantly life-threatening situations. Just last month, colleagues, The Economist dedicated a whole article on how national patriarchy bullies in Russia harass women, gay activists, and those who dare have romantic partnerships with those who are not ethnically Russian, all in the name of protecting the honor of the ethnic patriarchy. The Economist piece pointed out that the Male State NGO has long been suspected to have ties with the Ministry of the Interior and the police. And truly, this is the most worrying part. To simply put it, it is scary to realize that the authorities find it more convenient, or easier even, to cover up for the perpetrator rather than to protect the basic human rights of the victim. Colleagues, with this intervention, I hope to sound the alarm around the spreading threat of collective horror crimes that remain under, or rather below, the radar of authorities. I hope that knowledge of this situation, as well as of other facts presented in this very excellent and thorough report, will allow us to work in our respective parliaments with our respective governments and constituencies to uproot the phenomenon of so-called honor crimes in all its dimensions. And in this way, we shall together face out yet another form of violence against women. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lassie, and I want to say you very much thanks for your presentation, because that leads me to congratulate the next speaker, Simon Russell. Why so? Because, Lassie, you mentioned very clearly that these honor crimes is a male issue, not only a female issue. Lord Simon Russell is the first male speaker today in the list, and unfortunately I have noted and I quickly calculated the whole speakers list through. There are 24 speakers on the list, and unfortunately, I say unfortunately, only 8 men. It's also a male issue. Lord Russell, the floor is yours. You are representing EC Group.
Thank you. I shall try and do my best to represent men. I would like to congratulate the rapporteur on a report which is extremely useful, not only in helping to define what constitutes honour-based abuse, but it also illustrates how much further we need to go to tackle it effectively. I think we can all agree that honour-based abuse in the 21st century is a disgrace, but it is an unfortunate fact that most of us would struggle to describe it in great detail or to lay out clear strategies and policies to contain and eliminate it. A particularly helpful element in this report is the identification of different national initiatives in member countries such as Switzerland, Belgium, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Austria, and the Netherlands. But in column 43 of this report, the rapporteur writes, I quote, "The committee has deplored the lack of statistical data on so-called honour crimes in the state reports it has reviewed," end of quote. The United Kingdom is mentioned frequently in the report, since my country has been particularly active in trying to understand and mitigate honour-based abuse. The leading honour-based abuse NGO in the UK is called Karma Nirvana, and it provided evidence to this report. It was set up in 1993 by a survivor of honour-based abuse, and it runs the UK's national honour crimes telephone hotline. Kermanovana, with all of the experience it has accrued since 1993, says, and I quote, "Despite decades of striving to raise awareness and understanding, honor-based abuse is still not understood and is not recognized as a form of domestic abuse. There is little accurate data on its extent or its impact. Its true scale, scope and prevalence are unknown, so it remains a thriving but invisible problem." So in the UK, we still have much to do. The passage of our domestic abuse bill earlier this year is a significant step forward, but I will mention here some of the strategies we're adopting to try and understand honor-based abuse better, in the hope that it may be of interest and be relevant to some of my member countries. A large number of freedom of information requests have been sent out not just to law enforcement authorities, but also to those responsible for education, health and social care. All of these areas need to be involved in order to deal with this intelligently. Categorizing honor-based abuse as domestic abuse would also be extremely helpful. 98% of the victims who contact the helpline are related to their perpetrator within a family context, and the abuse of girls often begins before they even achieve puberty. In conclusion, I would strongly encourage the Equality and Non-Discrimination Committee to take a next step and prepare a follow-up report to define a systematic best practice approach and template which all member countries could use to understand better the particular profile and characteristics of honor-based abuse within its borders. This would have enormous practical value.
Thanks very much, Simon. Next one is United European Left, and this is Mrs. Feleknas Usa. She's on the line, if I understood correctly. Please, the floor is yours.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender, verehrte Kollegen. Ich möchte mich bei der Frau Berichterstatterin für den wichtigen Bericht bedanken und beglückwünsche sie auch für die Mühe. Wie im Bericht ausgeführt, manifestiert sich die Gewalt gegen Frauen immer auch die Ungleichbehandlung der Geschlechter. Es wird versucht, Gewalt gegen Frauen bis hin zu Tötung mit Scheinargumenten wie Ehre, Sittenkodex, Tradition, sexueller Orientierung und Ablehnung einer aufgezwungenen Lebensweise zu rechtfertigen. Es wäre falsch, die Gewalt gegen Frauen lediglich als zu einer bestimmten Glaubensrichtung, Kultur und Region zugehörig zu sehen. Heute werden überall auf der Welt, von Ost nach West, von Norden bis zum Süden, Gewalt- und Tötungsdelikte gegen Frauen verübt. Männliche Gewalt hat keine Sprache, Religion oder ethnische Herkunft. Sie ist eine Erscheinungsform die seit Jahrhunderten von Jahren andauernden patriarchalischen Autorität. Hinter der von Männern ausgeübten Gewalt steht als Motiv die Missachtung der Frau und das Bemühen, sich von sich abhängig, ja untertan zu machen und sich ihr überlegen zu fühlen. Wenn heute Frauen, die sich scheiden lassen wollen, Gewalt erfahren oder gar ermordet werden, so zeigt dies, dass die Männer sehr stark durch patriarchalische Strukturen ermutigt werden. Sehr oft bekommen wir Berichte, dass Frauen in ihre Wohnungen eingesperrt, ihre sexuelle Identität, Orientierung und Lebensweise unterdrückt und ihnen nicht das Recht zugesteht, Frau zu sein. Überall sehen wir, wie Frauen Gewalt ausgesetzt sind, weil sie ein System erzeugten Standards ästhetischer Wahrnehmung nicht entsprechen. In den Drehbüchern von Fernsehserien wird dafür gesorgt, dass Frauen sich in Männern verlieben, die sie herabwürdigen, gängeln oder mit denen sie gegen ihren Willen verheiratet wurden. Dies kann man in vielen Ländern leider in Fernsehserien und in Filmen sehen. In den Zeitungen wiederum werden Femizide oft als Ehrenmorde oder Tötungen aus Liebe bezeichnet und somit auf eine Art als legitim hingestellt. Bedauerlicherweise sind Frauen immer noch gezwungen, in viele Bereichen und mit zahlreichen Faktoren gleichzeitig zu kämpfen, um das in der Gesellschaft verankerte Frauenbild zu ändern. Eine wirksame Umsetzung der Istanbuler Konvention und der Gesetze zum Schutz von Frauen würde die Frau weitgehend von Gewalttaten schützen und sie am Leben erhalten. Außerdem müssen die gesellschaftliche Ungleichbehandlung von Frau und Mann in den Schulbüchern und Lehrplänen thematisiert werden. Zum anderen müssen sich die Sprache ändern, die in den Medien, in Serien, Zeitungen und Fernsehnachrichten verwendet wird. Wenn von Frauen die Rede ist, das nimmermüde Bemühen der Frauen in ihrem Streben nach Freiheit wird die männliche Geisteshaltung überwinden. Hierzu wird überall auf der Welt der gemeinsame Kampf der Frauen unaufhörlich weitergehen. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. Now we are in the situation that we have gone through the political groups. The subject is important. I obviously have the right, if I wish so, to stop the discussion straight away and finish the meeting exactly by 7:30, as is in program. But Secretary General whispered to me, leaving, that we could use 10 minutes more in terms of staff and interpreters. Actually, I'm asking somewhat your opinion on thinking how you are feeling. This issue is an important one. Should we go a little bit the speakers list so that we finish absolutely 20 to 8? So 10 minutes longer time. Is it okay? It is okay. Then it's a socialist group, Mrs. Selin Böke-Sayek from Turkey. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate the rapporteur. Now, these are crimes perpetrated or ordered by members of the victim's family or acquaintances. Now, it comes in the name of protecting family and values, tradition or culture, while it does nothing but destructs life and destructs families. And clearly, honor crimes are a specific type of gender-based violence. And we should note that we already have the strongest legal instrument of all to fight against such horrific atrocities. We have the Istanbul Convention. Protection, prevention, prosecution, coordinated policy. Now, all 4 Ps of the Istanbul Convention clearly are necessary tools in fighting against and ending so-called honor crimes. Prevention. Now, the Istanbul Convention bans any attempt to justify criminal behavior on the basis of culture, custom, religion, tradition, or so-called honor. As stated in Article 42, family or community members who kill, maim, or injure a woman for her real or perceived transgression from cultural, religious, or traditional norms cannot invoke any of the above grounds in criminal proceedings. The Convention is clear. It's clear that choosing a younger member of the family, somebody who has not yet reached the age of criminal responsibility to carry out the crime, still leaves the instigator of the crime. Protection. The Convention's provisions are directed at protection from such violence. For example, a young woman who has reason to believe that her family is plotting her murder because they disapprove of her lifestyle shall be given the possibility of applying for a protection or restraining order against the family member in question. Prosecution. The Convention's Article 46 calls for aggravating circumstances to be taken into account when determining sentences in such cases. We already have the Convention. Coordinated policies. Obviously, it falls on all of us to strongly fight for the principles and obligations of the Istanbul Convention and to make sure we keep it alive in every capacity that we have, either by showing solidarity across member states to enlarge the family of Istanbul Convention ratifiers. We need it in each and every one of our member states. Or by making sure our very own national parliaments ratify it. We need to do our best. Or through public investment plans of local authorities who could invest in the fight with women against women's rights. So I truly believe that only with the guidance and the principles of the Istanbul Convention can we win this fight. And we should never stop saying this. This is the truth. Istanbul Convention saves lives. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Celine. Next one is Madame Nicole Triss. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Aux yeux de ceux qui les commettent ou les justifient, les crimes dits d'honneur visent à réhabiliter une communauté familiale, culturelle ou ethnique qui aurait été salie par le comportement de la victime. Il s'agirait donc, selon eux, d'un acte légitime, ce qui ne peut évidemment être toléré ni excusé au titre de prétendues circonstances atténuantes. Je le dis ici, aucun meurtre, aucune séquestration, aucun enlèvement, aucune mutilation, aucun mariage forcé ni aucun suicide sous la contrainte de l'environnement social ou familial n'est en soi acceptable dans un pays où les droits de l'homme et la justice sont censés prévaloir. Qui plus est, derrière ce type de raisonnement se cache une hiérarchisation, elle aussi condamnable, de la valeur donnée à la vie des personnes, selon le genre, l'orientation sexuelle ou même le comportement en public. Ce n'est qu'une forme de soumission, d'esclavage, n'a rien à voir avec la culture, les traditions ou les dogmes des grandes religions. Ce n'est d'ailleurs pas un hasard si la Convention sur la prévention et la lutte contre la violence à l'égard des femmes, dite Convention d'Istanbul, consacre certaines de ses dispositions à cette question. Voilà un exemple supplémentaire, si besoin en était, du caractère avant-gardiste de ce texte, injustement critiqué par les intolérants de tous bords, qui n'ont d'autre but que d'empêcher toute forme d'émancipation des femmes, des homosexuels ou de la jeunesse notamment. Malheureusement, des milliers de victimes sont à déplorer dans le monde chaque année. Tous nos pays sont frappés par ce fléau, certes à des degrés divers, mais sans exception. Aussi, j'avoue avoir du mal à comprendre pourquoi certains États membres du Conseil de l'Europe ont autant de difficultés à reconnaître les faits et à agir en conséquence. En France, les crimes d'honneur sont réprimés par l'article 221-4 du Code pénal et passibles, en cas de meurtre, d'un emprisonnement à perpétuité. Les caractéristiques de ces crimes en font des circonstances aggravantes et non atténuantes. Je m'étonne qu'il n'en aille pas de même partout. La résolution proposée sur la base de l'excellent travail de notre rapporteur insiste sur plusieurs points essentiels. Outre son appel à la ratification de la Convention d'Istanbul et à la suppression d'éventuelles pseudo-justifications des crimes d'honneur dans les législations pénales des États, elle promeut la protection et l'assistance aux victimes. Il s'agit là, je le crois, d'un aspect essentiel pour montrer à ces dernières qu'elles sont prises en considération, soutenues et aidées. Kofi Annan, lorsqu'il était secrétaire général de l'ONU, parlait de crimes honteux plutôt que de crimes d'honneur. Moi, comme ma collègue Marie-Christine Dalloz, je préfère parler de crimes d'horreur. Et bien sûr, je souscris sans réserve aux conclusions de notre commission sur l'égalité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Next one is Madame Sylvie Goy-Chavant, France. Aussi, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, on désigne généralement par crime d'honneur ou d'horreur, vous avez raison, chers collègues, des violences subies par des femmes ou des hommes de la communauté LGBTI au sein de leur propre famille, parce que celles-ci estiment que leur comportement n'est pas conforme aux bonnes mœurs dictées le plus souvent par la religion. Ces crimes dits d'honneur touchent désormais toute l'Europe. Aucun pays n'est épargné, sans que l'on puisse pour autant communiquer des chiffres précis. En France, les féminicides sont comptabilisés de manière globale et souvent on ne distingue pas les crimes d'honneur des crimes passionnels. Depuis le début de l'année, on compte 80 féminicides en France, ce qui est tout à fait inacceptable. La Convention d'Istanbul donne des lignes directrices pour tenter d'enrayer la violence contre les femmes, mais malheureusement, beaucoup d'États membres ne l'ont pas encore ratifiée. Je regrette par exemple que la Turquie, où les crimes dits d'honneur ont nécessité une action plus ferme du gouvernement, ait décidé de se retirer de la Convention d'Istanbul. Je considère que les parlementaires de notre Assemblée ont le devoir de soutenir l'adhésion de leur pays à cette convention. Pour éviter les drames, nos États et nos sociétés doivent aider en amont les personnes qui subiraient une forme de harcèlement ou de violence. Tout d'abord, une politique visant à les informer de leurs droits peut permettre de sauver des vies. La création d'une ligne téléphonique que les personnes peuvent contacter si besoin ou d'un site internet d'information avec un relais sur les réseaux sociaux peuvent également permettre d'informer les potentielles victimes. Dans les cas identifiés, la remise d'un téléphone dit « grave danger », d'ores et déjà mis en place en France, est un élément supplémentaire de protection. Dans de nombreux cas, les crimes d'honneur sont également commis sur des personnes migrantes. Il est donc nécessaire que cette information puisse être relayée dans différentes langues. De plus, les institutions et les acteurs de terrain doivent être sensibilisés à cette question pour que les potentielles victimes ne craignent pas, si besoin, de contacter la police, un médecin ou une association compétente. Enfin, il faut donner aux personnes se sentant en danger la possibilité matérielle de fuir leur famille sans se retrouver sans ressources. Des foyers permettant de les héberger doivent être créés et bien sûr les criminels doivent être lourdement condamnés. Si de telles mesures ont pu être adoptées dans certains États, ce n'est pas le cas dans tous les États membres de notre organisation. C'est pour cela que la politique d'asile doit être orientée pour venir en aide aux potentielles victimes. En 2013, 105 personnes qui craignaient de devenir victimes de crimes dits d'honneur se sont vues garantir le statut de réfugiés en Belgique, ce qui représente un bel exemple à suivre. Je voterai donc pour ce projet de résolution et je félicite à nouveau la rapporteure pour cet excellent et très important rapport.
Merci beaucoup. And the last one from the speakers list is Mrs. Arta Bilali-Zendeli from North Macedonia.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to emphasize that It does not seem very optimistic to me, the fact that we, representatives from all over the Europe in 2021, must talk about this issue, which, beside all, tells us that there is yet gender inequality in Europe. Is it one? In my opinion, yes. Yes, because just a few years ago, this Council of Europe was obliged to adopt the Istanbul Convention, a convention which text shows the poor reality of women all over the world, not only in Europe. And when I say women, I don't mean only females or spouses. I mean also our mothers, our sisters, our daughters. I read very carefully the report of Ms. Beatrice from Monaco, and of course that I will support it, because in my opinion this goes beyond women, because it touches also the people that have non-honored gender orientation, and they might be both men and women. In this occasion, I also would like to emphasize that it is all right to set up shelters and other kinds of help or of support for victims, financial, psychological, social help, and legal help. But also I think that states must prevent more and must be focused on prevention more than in the reaction. Because if, unfortunately, many times this kind of crime ends up with murder, with death of the victim, which does not give enough space for help or for support after the death or post-mortem. In this occasion, I would like to emphasize that I don't think that we will have this kind of gender equality, or we will be able to combat this kind of crimes if we don't set up a real rule of law and rule system for rule of law in any states. Because if police, prosecution and judges do their job in each case, then criminal sanctions will react to the other people, because the aim of criminal sanction is to deal with individual, but also to deal with the rest of the society. And if we have punishments that will reflect in each case, then the rest of the population will think twice or three times before acting. And in this point, I would like to emphasize that rule of law, real rule of law, is more than important for combating this kind of crimes and other kind of crimes as well. And also, I will end up that we must set up this kind of rule of law, because otherwise this debate will go on and maybe will never end. And we must combat this kind of crimes, because no one's honor is more important than a single life. Life is more important than any value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will turn to Rapporteur Beatrice, 3 minutes.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais d'abord remercier les collègues qui ont pu s'exprimer ce soir. Je vais commencer par Madame Szijjarto, parce que, comme d'autres collègues, vous avez été très explicite sur l'intérêt de la Convention d'Istanbul et justement les 4 P que nous défendons tous ici, parce que je l'ai entendu par plusieurs personnes: la prévention, la poursuite des auteurs, les politiques intégrées, et la protection surtout des victimes. Alors, je crois que les crimes d'honneur peuvent toucher, en revanche, de nombreuses communautés, quelles que soient les religions. Et ça, c'est très important, parce que dans notre système de prévention, il faut que nous arrivions à toucher tout le monde, sans stigmatiser qui que ce soit. Madame Bilali Zendeli, oui, s'il n'y a pas de peine, il n'y aura pas de dissuasion, parce que les peines vont dissuader les auteurs et peut-être arriver à réduire ces crimes dits d'honneur. Ces crimes dits d'honneur, ces crimes d'horreur, parce que je crois que vous avez utilisé ces mots. Oui, ce sont des crimes honteux, des crimes d'horreur. Et c'est pour ça que nous avons fait ce rapport ce soir, pour que nous puissions encore agir à nos niveaux, dans nos parlements, prendre aussi des mesures législatives, prendre des mesures aussi pour faire de la prévention auprès des gens, auprès de toutes les communautés. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Does the chairperson of the committee wish to address? Yes.
Yes, shortly. To kill, to mutilate, or to suppress people, mainly women, because of hate, of lack of respect, of fear, and to camouflage that with honor is not acceptable nowhere and never ever. Discrimination, stigmatization and violence is never a way to express an opinion towards somebody who might be has a different opinion, or lives a different way of life, or does not think as the majority does. And it's good that the Istanbul Convention covers all these kind of criminal offenses, and this is one more very good reason why to ratify and why to implement the Istanbul Convention, to protect people from such crimes, criminal offenders. I do not know Beatrice for such a long time. I think it was in spring 2018 that we got to know each other when I joined the Assembly. And I was told, and I know that you are, for many years, even before, you are active in combating violence, not only against women, also against minorities, also against marginalized women, or against people who live with disabilities. And so I really want not only to thank you in particular for this report, but for your whole continuing work, for the great momentum you keep all the time, for your efforts. And I'm really happy that you can be with us today. It was not so clear until recently. So congratulations to the report, and please keep on working for these people who are often speechless. Thank you very much.
Thanks for those thanks. Excellent work done. Now we move to the final part of our session, and that's actually to approve the draft resolution which have been proposed by the committee. Good luck. No amendments. No amendments whatsoever, so we can straight away go to the final voting of the draft resolution. And actually, I straight away declare the vote is open. And now we are voting for the whole draft resolution proposed by the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. Okay. Sorry, vote is closed. And the result. Adopted 54, against 8, abstention 1, clear majority 4. Congratulations for the work. Thanks. It is exactly 20 to 8, 1 minute more. The meeting is finished. Today's work is finished. Thank you very much for a very long day. Tomorrow we'll have next time the plenary starting at 9:30 a.m. Agenda has been already proposed on Monday. This sitting is now finished. Good night, nice evening, and good night.
Merci aux interprètes.
Yes, and of course the interpreters, thank you very much. Overtime, also the staff overtime, but here we are. Thanks.